The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? How are you? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here today. Let's see what we can do. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
And it's, oh boy, what a day, what a Friday, what a whatever. Grosser cold-wise than it was yesterday. I don't know what cold-wise means. Temperature, was that the word I was looking for? Temperature. It was so nice yesterday. Even on the drive home, I can tell that the days are getting a little bit longer, so there's like the last little bits of sunlight when we leave here at work after the big show. But somebody said it got up to like 67 degrees or something last night, and I was like, well, you know, I can't tell. I sleep with the window open all year long, so I can't tell what the hell is going on out there, and I'm in here all day, so I'll poke my head out every so often. But invariably, there'll be somebody out there that will try to throw something at it, and so I've stopped myself from doing that. If you would like to join us on the phone, that's always available to you. It's 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Send me a text, 35192, to get me there. Oh, God, have you watched the Fast and Furious 10?
Trailer? No, I've
Trailer,
not. No.
Fast X. These movies have been around for 23 years now. Of course, Paul Walker died a couple movies in. He died in real life, not in the films. Mm-hmm. Paul Walker died in real life.
Yeah, his character lives on in the film.
Lives on because it's all about family. And if you've enjoyed these movies over the years, they keep adding people to them, sometimes subtracting. The Rock was in there for a while, I think, until Vin Diesel got jealous. So now he's out. But like Helen Mirren is in there, and Charlize Theron is in there, and Brie Larson is in this new one. Jason Momoa is the bad guy. And I don't go to see those movies when they come out, but I've seen a couple of them, and they're entertaining. It's just nothing that...
I laughed my ass off when I went and saw Fast 9.
Dude, like I was in here watching the trailer, howling out loud. It's a long trailer. It's like a 5-minute trailer. And even for those kinds of movies where it's the perfect kind of just like popcorn movie where you go and you sit and you turn your brain, you don't turn your brain off for those movies. You open your head up, you scoop out your brain, you put that next to you in the popcorn bucket, and then you watch the movie. I mean, they're completely brainless, but they're super, super fun to watch, and that's all they're supposed to be. Oh, God, the trailer is so good. So good.
I'll watch it in the commercial break.
So I'm just sitting there laughing my ass off. But that Brie Larson is super foxy, boy. I will watch her do just about anything. She was a singer back in the day when she was I think a teenager. That was kind of how she first came into the public consciousness, was that she put an album out. And she was going to be, I don't know, she wanted to be a singer. I don't know what the deal was. I think she came out of the Disney Channel when she was a young girl. And then she wrote a song that started getting played on the radio, probably about 20 years ago. So she was, 12, 13 years old? And I don't know that the music thing happened, so she started doing movies. But she's so cute. And she's Captain Marvel now in the Marvel movies. But like when she was a kid, she'd be in like Jay Leno sketches and stuff on The Tonight Show. Anyway, I digress. They're making a big deal about the fact, and I imagine that this trailer is just in anticipation of them airing it during the Super Bowl. I assume the Fast X trailers, I've noticed that fewer commercials have leaked this year than in years past. Seems like years past, every single one of the football Super Bowl commercials, you could watch them before.
Yeah, I think that was their
the game
strategy
even
for a while,
happened.
and then they realized, people want to be surprised.
Is that what it is?
And, they'll watch them the day after, but don't release them ahead of time, because a lot of times they release them ahead of time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In years
don't
past,
do
you
that.
could watch all of them before they aired because people were excited to get them out. But seeing as how much money these companies spend, it always seemed like a weird strategy
I agree.
to put them on the internet. They're like $7 million for a 30-second spot. If you're kicking out that kind of cash, why would you let anybody see it
Before it airs.
for free? Yeah, that's right.
And, I get putting it on the internet after it airs, but because you want people to revisit it. But putting it on before it airs, that was always strange to me.
Hey, Marissa.
Yes.
What's up?
Hi, Alan. How are you?
I'm good.
I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Living in Ohio, how do you manage to keep a window open all year round?
Well, traditionally I'll put my fingertips under the lip of it. I'll apply upward pressure, and then then the window's open, Marissa.
Really?
Yeah.
How does your wife allow you to do that?
Oh, it's by her. She insists, and we agree on that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a constant battle in my house. My thermostat is at 66, and I constantly am fighting with people for fresh air.
Yeah.
I was just interested in knowing.
Well, no, listen,
I
my
would
wife
love to do
runs
that.
my wife runs hot, and so we have a couple windows open in the bedroom, and then that way, if I need to curl up, I can curl up. I mean, I don't care, but I like it. She had to convince me of it back in the day, but yeah, I like it. Where are you from, Marissa? Are you from the Caribbean or something?
No, I am originally from South Africa.
Oh, well, wow, okay. Where about?
I grew up north close to the Kruger National Park and moved down to Cape Town
Wow.
after I graduated high school.
How long have you been here?
I've been in the States 23 years.
Does anybody speak Afrikaans anymore?
Absolutely. Only 44, I heard last time I checked. but
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if
That's just
that was
less
a
than
because it's like this weird mix of Dutch and African. I wasn't sure if that was a language that was on its way to extinction or not.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
All right. Well, listen. Best of luck, Marissa, with the whole window thing. Okay, I highly recommend. Chef recommends.
Thank you so much. Have a
All
good
right,
one, Alan.
you too. There's Marissa from Cape Town. All right. Well, congratulations. Anyway, at Fast and the Furious, your idea of Fast 10, your seatbelts, is
Not my idea, just an idea that's out there that I thought was
Oh, I
hilarious.
thought you. Oh, okay.
No, I did
By
not.
the way,
yeah.
Fast 10, your seatbelts.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever the OG is on that one is a genius because they really, and I understand with sequels, you're going to get, it's solely the domain of Roman numerals, but that would have been a great. Trouble is they take those movies very seriously, and that's kind of the fun of them, is that Vin Diesel, his entire career is based on these movies. So he takes them, and seemingly himself, very seriously. I mean, he's also Groot, but nobody really, attaches him. Every time they have the Guardians of the Galaxy cast photos, people forget. They go, oh, right, Vin Diesel. Why is Vin Diesel standing there? And then they go, oh, right, he's Groot. But people don't associate him with that. They think of him in these Fast and Furious movies. And they're very serious. Ludacris, has maintained a film career with these movies. And, of course, Helen Mirren, that's how you get your Oscar-winning cred in these movies. Hey, Bill, hello.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to comment on the great window open or closed debate that hits everybody.
Mm.
So I keep mine open 24/7, winter, spring, summer, fall, because I love that cold air. and then I keep my AC so far down. I need a little heat coming in. So it's a great topic among couples and roommates or whatever. So
well, don't get me wrong. I don't like the house cold, but my wife runs hot. And so that's something where it's like, you know, I've got a nice plush comforter. If I get too cold, I wrap myself in that. Normally, I don't. It's usually with the windows open, I'm sleeping on top of my comforter. So, but I don't like the house being cool in the wintertime.
Well, Al, you better say your wife's hot. That's
that's right, man.
Oh. But yeah, I don't. I just like coming home to a house. And I could live in.
I like coming home to a house too. I'll tell you what. Every time, Bill, that I come home to my house and it's still there, I go, man, I love coming home to a house. You know, I came home to an apartment for many, many years, and I really love coming home to a house. I won't lie to you, even if the bank still owns it. I gotta take a break here. I'll have another $1,000 for you to win. It's a chance to go fund yourself. So I got plenty of these keywords to toss your way. So we'll do that. 35192 if you want to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeart.
Listen to IntraQuest on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for you here in about 7-8 minutes. 2:30, I'll have that next keyword for you to go fund yourself this week and next. The last handful of days you can get in on this round of it. But there's like 13 times every day, so don't sweat it. You still got plenty of chances to win that money. Cavaliers in New Orleans tonight to play the Pelicans. Is Zion active for the New Orleans Pelicans these days?
I believe he is.
Yeah, all right. Well, they're kind of a middling team, notwithstanding, but Cavs have had a pretty good run as of late. So Cavs in New Orleans tonight. That is a later game. It's a 10 o'clock tip-off, so 9:30 here on WMMS is when the pregame coverage will begin. Cavs completely sat out the trade deadline this year. I wonder why they did that. They're looking around and they go, you know what? I think we're fine with where we are right now. As they like to say, let them know. Hashtag, we let them know that we were going to sit out the trade deadline. That's what they mean by that slogan when you see it at a Cavaliers game. Hashtag, let them know. When the trades come up, we want nothing to do with it. Guardians, by the way, announced that the 2023 season tickets for all the games are going on sale Monday morning. 10 a.m. The home opener is going to be April the 7th. We'll play the Seattle Mariners on April the 7th. And tickets for all of the regular season will go on sale Monday morning, 10 a.m. They're going to have free shirt Fridays. They're going to have the Jose Ramirez bucket cap. They're going to have all kinds of fun stuff going on there. So if you're a Guardians fan, and this is the time of year where it's fun to start thinking about baseball. Now that we're downtown here at our brand new sparkling studios here at 668 Euclid, those Guardians games right around the corner from us, right? We usually do the show somewhere on Guardians home opener. Who knows? I'm hoping that we'll do it somewhere like right across the street. That would be fun. We just leave here, we go over there, and we're doing the show. Or we'll just do it here. We've got a window. We can say hi to people. But anyway, that home opener, April 7th, I think the season opener is a couple of weeks prior, or a couple of days prior, rather. But they're all going to go on sale Monday morning, 10 o'clock. Alan, has Poundcake, you guys were talking about Elizabeth Hurley and how foxy she is from the Austin Powers movies. Has Poundcake ever seen Elizabeth Hurley's son?
No, because I didn't even know who she was until we talked about her.
She was married to a super rich guy named Steve Bing, and I think she had one kid with him. They had a little bit of an acrimonious split.
How do you spell it?
The kid's name is probably Bing, but it's Elizabeth Hurley's son. I don't know.
Oh, I was just going to type in her. I didn't know how to spell her last name.
Hurley.
Okay. Damian Hurley?
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. He looks artificial. Like, he looks... Whoa.
Derek says, I'm sure this dude is Poundcake's cup of tea.
I mean, he looks too perfect.
You got a problem with that? You like him a little roughed up?
But he looks just like his mom.
Yeah,
just
he does.
With a little more testosterone.
He's like somebody put a slightly male filter on Elizabeth Hurley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a picture of him walking with like a bag, and from the distance, he looks like his mom, just without makeup.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's just the two of them because Steve Bing killed himself. The guy that she was with and had that kid, he jumped off his 27th floor balcony a couple of years ago in L.A. I guess the quarantine got to him. Steve Bing, rich guy, like everybody else. He was holed up in the early days of the pandemic. And I guess he'd just been really, really depressed about not being around people And so he jumped off the balcony of his condo in L.A. He had inherited $600 million from his family. They said by the time he died, his net worth was about $300,000.
How to do it.
I don't know how you blow $600 million that you've inherited, because that means it's old money. But there it is. He was a Nepo baby, essentially. His great-grandfather was like one of those early, New York real estate guys. But you know how, like, New York real estate guys can turn into real puds?
I've heard that can happen. Do you think of anyone specific?
No, just random, historically speaking. But he does. I mean, that's so. Anyway, that was Derek's letter that Poundcake should really get on board with Elizabeth Hurley's kid. Zion is out until after the All-Star break.
Oh, is he? Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he hasn't really. For all the hype around that
kid,
it's really been. Listen, you can, and I'm happy about the Super Bowl too, but I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't also happy about the Puppy Bowl. Because let's be real, the Puppy Bowl is really where the action is. Now, am I able to place a wager on FanDuel for the Puppy Bowl? I don't know. I haven't looked. But the decision that you have to make for this year's Puppy Bowl, this would be Puppy Bowl 19 at Geico Stadium. Because they said that, like, despite the fact that a lot of people will watch the Super Bowl, obviously because it's on, because it's a big deal, not that many people outside of Missouri and Pennsylvania care about the Super Bowl. So they're like, there's, when they ask people, hey, who are you rooting for? I don't care. I'll watch it.
I just want a good game.
Yeah, I just want a good game. And this could be, and I mean, as opposed to some years past, this is a great matchup.
Yeah.
Chiefs-Eagles is a great.
Both number one teams, both good offenses, both good defenses.
Yeah.
It's set up to be a very dramatic Super Bowl.
It's everything you want in like the superb owl. Mm-hmm. But don't sleep on the Puppy Bowl. The decision you have to make is if you're Team Rough or Team Fluff. And, I don't know who the reigning champs are, and obviously it's to get people, they do like little, I think all the animals are up for adoption. So it's to bring awareness about animal adoption. And the great thing about the Puppy Bowl is no matter who plays, everyone wins. You win, I win, those dogs win. Now, I did hear rumors that the losing team is euthanized. I don't think that's the case at all. I feel like that would have been.
What a motivation.
I feel like that would have been more widely publicized if the losing team was marched right off and, summarily gassed or injected with something. I don't know. But it's over there on Animal Planet, and whatever company owns Animal Planet, they're going to spurt it out on all their channels. So you can watch it on
spurting it
on Discovery and, So 1 o'clock Eastern, Super Bowl Sundays when the Puppy Bowl happens. We watched it last year. I have a first grader. I had to turn her onto it. She didn't even know about it, obviously. What kid is paying attention to Super Bowl or anything around it? Now, the question is, and people are asking me, who's doing the Puppy Bowl halftime show?
I was just going to ask that. I was waiting.
No. I don't know. If she was smart, Rihanna would do it. I don't know.
Snoop Dogg.
Huh?
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg. I don't know that they've ever. I'm sure he has been a part of this before now. I'm sure they threw him in somewhere. I feel like he and Martha Stewart doing something on the Puppy Bowl last year when we were watching. But she could be the first Super Bowl halftime act ever to also perform at the Puppy Bowl. I think that'd be fantastic. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, Nate Dogg could do it too. Anybody who calls themselves Dog, Nate, Snoop,
Nate's
any of the other dogs. What's that?
Isn't Nate Dogg dead?
He is dead, but here's the problem. You could resurrect him. Well, no, it's not a problem because the problem is, do we put him on there as a hologram or not? You could have a Nate Dogg hologram.
I mean, yeah.
They've done creepier crap than that. For the Puppy Bowl. Yeah, Nate Dogg's been dead for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Can't believe I remembered that.
He was the
'cause
king of hooks.
I was like, I don't remember any of his music, but I remember a Nate Dogg. Snoop Dogg wasn't.
Was it Regulators? That's what this is, right?
Yeah, that's what this is. A little Michael McDonald sample in there. And yeah. Yeah, he had a stroke and then went downhill from there. Young man, too. But you would know some of his songs, Poundcake, had you heard them.
I mean, this was played.
G-Funk classics, and you'd know some of them.
I probably know from like Grand Theft Auto.
Oh.
Like if they played this song in Grand Theft Auto all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I know a lot of music from there. Because you could actually, that was like one of the hooks of the game. You could actually like switch the radio station when you're hijacking a car.
Is that something that is really, and I like the granular details that they will put like that in video games, but I have to wonder if that's really that important. I mean, that like while you're committing crimes, you want to listen to some different music.
Well, yeah, when you're like on the run from the police, like you can switch, and then like they actually have.
I was on the run for. I'm one of those people that's like when I really need to think, I turn the radio down. Like if I'm looking for an address and the radio's on, I have to turn it down. You ever do that? Like,
of course, that's
if I'm lost or if I'm looking for,
especially when the kids are in the car. It's like, hey, everybody, quiet. I can't see.
Right, I can't see. There's something with your eyes and ears get transposed or something, and I really need to zero in on something. I have to turn the radio down.
That's one thing what my car does automatically now. When I back up, it turns the radio down. I was like, oh, because
when you back up,
huh?
When you back up,
yeah, when I go in reverse,
yeah,
and then like, I wish it did it when I did turns because I do that all the time. Back in the day where I used to actually print out like MapQuest directions, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take a left up here. And I would turn the radio down so I can see better. I'm like, I always thought it was so weird, but I guess that's something that everyone else does too. I found out.
Well, you have a relatively new car. So like my car has a setting where if you speed up, it'll turn the radio up so you can hear it over the engine.
Really?
Yeah. I would imagine a lot of new cars have that. You should check and see if yours does.
I don't know if I've noticed that. Like, does the volume key go up or does it just sound louder?
You can set it so that the volume will incrementally go up as you speed up.
Yeah.
I don't know if I care
that technology's been around for a minute because we.
That's why I said it's probably on his car.
Yeah.
It probably is, but like I blast my music anyways, so it doesn't matter. It goes up as high as it can go.
Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 as promised. A chance to go fund yourself. Listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword money at WMMS.com. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
You guys, Orange Theory over there, do you guys do exercises that work on your grip?
Well, the rower, you need a good grip because you're pulling it towards you and you're pushing it back. So, yeah, you have to have a good grip for that. I mean, the dumbbells, you have to have a pretty good grip. Why?
Well, I was just reading a thing that people with weaker grips, for some reason, are more prone to disease. Now, as men, we probably all have our grip.
At least once.
Pretty locked in. But, grip strength, I think, is something when everybody's focusing on the glamour muscles for people who work out, we all do it. You kind of focus on what people can see. Is that grip strength is a lot of times something that's overlooked.
Well, if you're doing certain exercises, you're going to, even if you're working out glamour muscles, you have to have grip. If you're doing anything like deadlifts or stuff like that, you need a pretty good grip.
Well, you need to be able to hold on.
Yeah.
But and a lot of people will wrap themselves to the bar too. If they're lifting super heavy weights.
Real heavy, yeah.
Oh my God. His handshake. It's limp.
Listen,
do you think you could get? You ever play Mercy?
Do I?
Where you just basically squeeze each other's. I mean, there's other ways to do it. You can do like kind of like your fingers interlocking.
No, I'm not doing that.
Or you do like. I want you
What's
to come.
Mercy?
Mercy's where you put your hands up and you interlock your fingers and then you kind of like squeeze or like try and like get them to basically give up, whatever you want to call it.
No,
no. But I come in here and I just.
But my hands are sweaty.
I don't care.
You and your brother didn't do that when you were little? Sounded like you did everything else.
No, we did hot hands, where you put your hands out and we try to smack
Oh,
them.
that was fun, too. Come in here. I want to see how strong your grip is. I want to see if he can get me to say to tap out.
Oh, really? You're going to see if he can? Okay.
Yeah. And now that he's out of the room, once he's done squeezing my hand, I'm going to squeeze his.
Ah,
And
I
his gonna be-
gotcha. Hello, who's this?
Howdy, it's Dustin.
Hey, Dustin.
Oh,
What's
hi,
going
Dustin.
on? I just picked you up because Poundcake's headed down here to the studio. What's going on?
Nothing. I was listening to the radio, and you were talking about the GTA radio stations.
Yes.
Yo, those things are the best. On almost every single game, they always got good music. And it's not even the music that's good about it. It's always their random little talk shows that they got going on.
Yeah, a buddy of mine out in L.A. got to be a voice on one of those. He was a DJ on one of those radio stations in GTA, and it was one of the only times I've ever legitimately been jealous in my professional career. Even though I don't play those games, that would just be such a cool
That'd be
thing
such
to
a cool
do.
thing to have, yeah. I know some people that were voices on it too. That's pretty fun.
I mean, they just got some of the funkiest, crazy, stupid things that they say. I don't know, it's just funny. That's all I call to say, That's all.
All right, thank you, pal.
All right.
Oh, that's not Dustin. That was just
Yeah,
Dustin.
that's Dustin. That's
Oh,
not
okay.
Dustin.
I was going to say, for a second there, I thought it was him, but...
Poundcake's going to come here.
Yep.
Now, you squeeze my hand, and I'll tell you when I can't take it anymore. It's pretty good. I'm going to be honest.
He's got good
It's
grip, right?
pretty
He's been
good.
working out, yeah.
Pretty good.
This is my special hand.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He's got that Popeye arm.
I never give... All right, you tell me when.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
No, you're a big guy. You're a big guy. You're a big guy. I don't want...
No, you tell me.
All right.
It's like Nixon and Elvis in here.
He had a pretty good grip, though.
Well, there you go.
I'm
He's
not gonna
working
lie.
out
He's-
over there at
it's- it's-
Tangerine
I
Hypothesis.
was pretty impressed with it.
Well, what did you think he was? Well,
I could feel.
He's a grown man. He's not going to
cracking,
give you
yeah.
cooked spaghetti.
Still, his hand is very sweaty, though. Good
does he have
Lord.
sweaty hands?
I don't know. That's how nervous he is. You just gotta
why?
breathe, man. Gotta breathe.
Nervous there's never a time when you're not nervous. Like, what's going on around here? You're a grown man. Why is your hand all sweaty?
They're naturally sweaty. That's
That's his natural gloss.
No, they just always are. It's like
Right, but don't people who have a condition like that? I mean, you have psoriasis or whatever.
They're always
Hypohidrosis? Is that what you have?
My palms are always clammy. My hands and my feet.
Right, what I'm saying is you do things to ameliorate your skin conditions. Why wouldn't you do that? Is that part of it?
No, I don't know. I think it's a hormone thing.
God, if that were me, I'd be carrying towels around, like paper towels all the time.
Yeah.
I'd be
But
constantly drying my hands.
I don't touch people like that.
No, but when you're coming down here to do a thing with Bill and you don't dry your palm off,
Was it that sweaty, Bill?
It's pretty sweaty, buddy.
Okay.
that's why we're talking about
It's
it.
all
'cause
right.
you
I'll
notice-
live. But it was funny.
Well, I told
Wow.
You did pretty good, though. I'm going to give you credit. You have a very strong hand. It wasn't.
Is that your pimp hand, Poundcake? Because you know you got to keep that strong.
Yeah, so it actually is my pimp hand.
Okay, good. Well, there you go. I'm not surprised
you
at all.
tapped out pretty early. I didn't even get going.
No, because I already knew what it was. You was about to. I don't need my knuckles crushed. I don't want it. I just want a decent Friday where I'm not getting hurt. Here.
You were looking to crush the bones in his hand.
He was like, "My turn." You have something to prove. I don't have nothing to prove.
I don't have anything to prove. I just like hurting you.
You're gonna walk away with a little lobster claw.
I tried to get out of there so quick. I said, I already know what it is. I'm leaving.
That's probably your body's natural defense mechanism from a situation like that. You got slippery hands, so I couldn't even get a full
Yeah, it's a defense
grip on you.
mechanism.
Yeah. The Poundcake has naturally sweaty hands
To slither out of any
situation where he might be crushed.
When predators approach, he gets glistening and
his sweat glands increase the moisture production
Oh.
to a point where his hands will not.
He can
be able to
slide
be-
right out
The
of
pound
it.
cake secretes.
Okay, let me break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch if you like at alancoxshow.com. And anywhere you are, you can listen in the iHeart Radio app.
People are going funding crazy around here.
Oh my God.
WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I'm going to give Poundcake a hint on this one.
Okay.
Lead singer's name is David Lee Roth.
I know we talked about when he was in our pop trivia or rock trivia.
He's been in, when we were doing that Rolling Stone rock trivia calendar last year. He was in that a few times. Not Guns. Sorry, David Lee Roth is the front man for.
Come on. The
Metallica.
The namesake.
The namesake
passed away.
Wait, what did you say, Bill?
The guy that the band's named after passed away.
Led Zeppelin?
Sorry, the band you're looking for is called Van Halen.
Oh.
David Lee Roth was the front man for Van Halen for the first part of their run. This album, Van Halen 1, dropped exactly 45 years ago today. This was instrumental, if you'll pardon the pun, and formative in young Alan Cox's life. My life revolved around Van Halen for the early part of my life. They were discovered by Gene Simmons, and he paid for their demo tape, but then he had to go back on the road with Kiss. And they met with some record companies and blah, blah, blah. So there was not a lot of money spent on this first album, but Eddie Van Halen's virtuosity was a kick in the balls to everybody, and there was nobody out there like David Lee Roth. And they recorded it over 3 weeks, and they really, by their own admission, didn't really have a ton of songs. So this is song On Fire, I think, always got short shrift. That is the song that ends Van Halen 1. That's the last song on the second side. Because I had it on vinyl. Some of my friends had it on 8-track. This was obviously pre-CD, so it was out on vinyl, it was out on cassette, and I had friends that had it on 8-track. Eddie Van Halen was 23 years old when that came out. And Gene Simmons was only a couple years older than that, so he was, but Kiss was a big, big deal by the late 70s. And so it came out on February 10th, 1978. And of course, I just said it. You know a band Gene Simmons was with, Poundcake.
Kiss. Yeah. I do know Gene Simmons because
I know, but
he's the one that has like the super jet black hair. Like he keeps dying.
Yeah, well, sure, they all do. Yes, yep. Because you got to keep that look.
But
Nothing wrong with keeping that look.
Okay, but
it's not the color of his hair that's so off-putting. It's the shape of his hair. He's got like this Brillo helmet.
Yes.
Now, yeah. But I'm sure they've been wearing wigs on stage for 30 years.
It looks like my mom after she would have a hot comb. Like, honestly, back in the day, like, that's what it used to look like.
Y'all frizzed out.
But before, like, I think there's something with black women in their hair. Like, there's a point in which it sets. Like, so when you initially...
Well, because it's coarse. So, like, when it... Yeah.
So you brush it down, and it has, like, this shape to it. It's like, it don't matter if you're hanging upside down, if you're twirling, it's going to stay that shape. It's going to have, like, it's going to look like a upside-down wave.
Right.
But then, once it sets, that's when you get the ooh-la-la cover girl. Like, you can smack it up against your face, and it moves. But, like...
Yeah. Well, and you can just style it in more ways.
Yeah. But
shouldn't do anything to it.
That initial stroke of that hot comb, boy, that ain't nothing to play with.
No, it's like curling irons for white girls. You know, you burn your neck or burn your scalp or, you know. But, yeah, Gene Simmons discovered Van Halen and the legend. Although he is kind of modest about that. He's like, they would have been just fine without me. I just thought that they should get more attention at that time. There are antiperspirant people are trying to help Poundcake with his clammy palms.
Okay.
There's an ointment called Carpe that fixes that. Somebody says.
I have been getting so many like remedies after I was speaking about like my psoriasis and stuff on air. People have sent me like lotions. People have not sent me like recommendations, like stuff on social media. They send me like a whole bunch of different sites for like psoriasis. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna try and shop around. What was the name of the
Carpe? CARPE. I think I've heard this advertised places.
Yeah, my brother needs it. I think it's just for me and my brother because
it's a genetic thing. Does your mom have wet palms?
No, she doesn't. I think it may be a dad thing. My dad, not that I don't know what type of genetics and stuff my dad has. I know I have his laugh, unfortunately, but I don't know what type of.
Do you have his regular laugh or the butch laugh that you do?
I have the Squidward laugh. The Squidward laugh came from my dad.
That's your laugh?
That's my dad's laugh.
Oh, all right. Because he has a macho laugh, too, that he likes.
That's so funny. Yeah, no, that's my mom. But I don't know what type of physical attributes that I have of my father in regards to, like...
You never asked?
Does he... I never asked him, do you have sweaty palms? Who did I get that from?
Yeah.
I know my mom used to complain about it because it would be like, she would just, when we were kids, she would just do our laundry. And, you know, this is maybe 13, 14, just hitting puberty. There's no reason why our socks and stuff would be like drenched and like standing up on their own after one day. Like kids don't get that sweaty. And my brother, he would get like that sweaty, like where it would be like the socks would stand up on their own. Me, like everything I touch leaves like a slime trail.
Oh, Jesus.
It's true. Like my old car.
Walking around like a slug.
The Mercury had little fingerprints exactly where I put my fingers every day. I would wipe it off every so often, but like I know it was there. It's just like a little.
Our Poundcake's like a little mollusk out of his shell.
They're just greasy. I don't know why they're greasy.
I'm just saying, man. If that was me, I'd be wearing gloves.
But I don't touch people that much, and I wipe down everything.
I know.
I wipe down the door. I wipe down even the railings.
But like when let's say there's a situation that requires you to shake someone's hand. Does that immediately go to your mind, or are you so used to it that you're like, oh no?
I'm so used to it, I forget. But it's
so you would shake someone's hand and they'd pull away a wet palm.
Depends. It depends on how nervous I am, because I'm sure the anxiety plays a role in it as well.
But like you didn't know you were going to be meeting somebody. They're just walking people through, and they go, oh, and here's Poundcake from the Alan Cox Show, and they extend a hand, and you go, oh, nice to meet you. You're going to have a sweaty hand.
Yeah, but I would blame it on something else.
And also, if it's genetic, it's not anxiety.
But you can perspire more. Like it might be moderate at a certain time of day, and then if you get anxious, that's when a normal person might have sweaty palms.
What's your wettest time of day?
I don't know.
When you get horny, do they get wetter?
No, I don't think so. Well, yeah, they probably do. I don't know. I would say probably around noon-ish. But
noon.
You guys
High noon.
High noon, yeah.
So if you run, it's the wrong kind of wet, wrong amount of wet.
Yeah, you guys never see it because I'm not here at that time.
Right.
But I work from home and I have like my laptop. And
Are you constantly like wiping your hands on your pants and things like that?
Yes. My pants right now, you can't see, but like they're wet. There's little wet marks from my fingerprints. Can you see that, Bill? You getting that?
You'd have to go a little bit.
It's a little dimly lit, I think.
Rock shot.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We take your word for it.
Yeah, we'll take your.
Yeah.
I need to see your wet jeans.
Yeah.
In the crotchal region.
Wet spots in my jeans are like, I swear I'm not peeing.
Alan, I had a girlfriend with profusely sweaty palms. She was so self-conscious she couldn't fill out forms without tearing them up. Yeah, that would really suck, man.
Yeah, man. I have like stuff.
Because for some reason, that's a part of the body that other people, and maybe it's because of the handshaking. Reason 1005 why handshaking has got to go. Yeah, of course. But there's just something that hits people wrong mentally about sweaty palms.
Because it's nasty. I don't like sweat as it is.
Yeah, but there's nothing to it. I mean, it's.
I just don't like. I don't like when I was leaving the gym last night. My shirt was sticking to me, and I know that that's what's gonna happen. You're working out. It should be good. I don't like sweaty. I don't like sweaty me, so I don't like sweaty anybody else either. I don't want a man to sweat on me. Sweat is not hot to me. I'm sorry. So I'm dealing with it just like everybody else. I fist bump, and everyone who like I meet on a like professional or business level, or like a intimate level, I give them a hug. I'm like, oh, I'm a hugger, and they're like, oh my gosh, he's so nice.
Oh, don't do that. No, I hate I'm a hugger. Why do we have to be subjected to people's hugs? People go, I'm a hugger. Cool.
It's either that or get my
Keep it over there.
palms on your hand.
Well, a fist bump's fine.
So I'm like, oh, my arms, maybe my elbows may be greasy, but not my arms. So.
What if you rubber band when you go to sleep every night? What if you rubber band sponges to the inside of your hand?
I've never done that. I'm not doing that.
You're not going to do that?
No.
You're not?
No.
You're not going to rubber band sponges to your hand every night?
Correct.
You're not?
I'm not.
Bill, are you hearing this?
Oh, I'm hearing it. He doesn't want solutions. He wants problems.
You're not going to rubber band sponges to your hands every night.
No.
You're not going to do that.
That's a bridge too far.
Okay.
You mean to tell me you guys had never woken up with wet spots where your feet are and where your hands are?
No.
If
I sweat during the night, it's usually
back sweat.
My back, but it's not. If I'm sick, my head.
Back of your neck or something. Whatever's
something like that.
because it's against a pillow.
But not my hands and my hands and my
wet feet. Jesus.
My sheets be looking like the Great Lakes from space.
Are you sure you haven't been like sleepwalking to the beach or anything like that? And you wake up, he pulls the covers back, it's all muddy.
No.
He's been murdering people in the night. Sleepwalking all the way through it.
My socks are soaked at the end of the day. My socks are soaked at the end of the day.
Oh, you poor man.
See, even when I work, like my feet don't sweat, my hands don't sweat. Like I'll sweat from my head and pits and back and stuff like that, but it's not my hands that get sweaty. Really.
I learned.
So you never need lube when you're on a date.
Something like that.
Something like that.
I learned the hard way.
I don't like them to stay over because I have to rubber band those sponges to my hands every night.
Some guys, and that's the problem. I found that some guys are really into that. They're like, oh, you have sweaty palms, or like, they just have different kinks.
Right.
Especially after, well, I'll get to that. But
Poundcake emits a spray to ward off predators, is what it is.
I learned my lesson in Mexico. That was like one of the times I wore my slip-on flip-flops, and it was really hot. My feet were really sweaty, and everyone was walking so damn fast. So there I was on the streets of Mexico trying to keep up with everybody, and my socks like slipped off, and I was just walking barefoot, or not my socks, my sandals slipped off. So I'm just walking barefoot trying to keep up with everybody because I couldn't keep my sandals on.
So what did you do?
I kept trying to put them on, but after a while I'm like, oh, the locals are walking around here barefoot. Why should I change? So I just walk barefoot. Only time I put them on was when I was on the pier, and they were going to get wet anyways.
A lot of the people who are texting me about the sweaty palms talking about their ex, it's guys texting me about women.
I dated a girl that had very sweaty palms.
Really?
Yeah. And we were, it was just one of those things where she had, it's called hypohidrosis.
Yeah.
And,
Hyperhidrosis, yeah.
She'd get.
Alan, sometimes my girl, because my girl's feet are so wet, sometimes her feet squeak when she walks on hardwood floors.
That happens to me. You guys
all these people, listen, all these people, they're overlooking this in their partner. They're like, oh, this is my girlfriend. This is my fiance. I mean, God bless you. You're looking over something that's not going to go away, and you look past it and you say, I don't care that you're leaving a wet trail all over our home. I love you, and I think you'll make a fantastic parent someday.
When we were at Oak Tree, I thought it was such a great luxury to have that studio pretty much to myself. No one used that mouse and keyboard really but me. But there was a snail trail there, and now because I share this with two other people and sometimes Bill, I wipe it down every day because I'm like, I don't want to be the reason why there's just like all this gunk and like people are gonna be like, oh, Cody's eating again. It's from all the residue from like Dorito dust.
Nope. It's from him.
Just being alive.
Personally, yeah.
Right.
It's just me.
Everywhere you go now is like a gym. You have to wipe everything down before you leave the room.
You get remnants.
That's good practice anyway.
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Alan, I sweat so much that my boss sent me for a drug test thinking I was high. No, I'm just a sweater, boss. Thanks very much. Feel free to reimburse me for the drug test.
But, like, I'm not dripping. I'm just slimy.
But it's not like a side effect of like your psoriasis, like
I
any
don't
of the
know.
medication.
I have never taken medication for it. I've always just, out of all the things to worry about, I'm like, I just won't touch people. It's rare. I give a handshake maybe once a month. It's not that often where when I meet people, someone new, I'm like, hi, hello, how are you? And if they come in for the handshake.
Be careful with that wave. You're going to spray everybody.
I don't drip.
Well, not that you know of. You don't know that you do because you fling the water away when you're.
No, I don't drip. I leave a puddle.
That's why he's never been invited to be on a pride parade float, because that requires waving, and they don't want to be splashed all over the bay. Here's another woman texted me. My hands and feet are always wet and sweaty. I have the same thing at night, wet spots on my sheets from my feet.
It's gross, man. And
my husband hates it. Well, yeah, I bet.
I keep trying to see if it smells. It's like it's not a stink thing. Like it's not coming from
like an armpit
pores.
or something. Yeah,
like it's just wet.
Oh, what a bummer, man.
I am a catch, guys.
No, but you're not alone. All these people who are hitting me up. I mean, all these people who are in the same boat as you.
That's why I gotta grow the hair out and get the body right to make up for the psoriasis and the sweaty palms.
Maybe you're secretly a really good rapper, and once you start dropping bars and winning rap battles, your hands will stop sweating.
Could that be?
Palms are sweaty.
Yeah.
Mom's spaghetti.
Is there any chance that that's the case? That you might be a really good rapper?
No way.
Oh, DJ Sponge Palm? Not that guy?
No.
All right. So MC Wettings is really living up to the name when he's doing these this summer.
Again.
Do you think you could bring back like glove culture as like, the way that they used to wear gloves with like a tuxedo and stuff? You could make that a thing?
Maybe. I just remember, last time it happened was the Polar Blast just this past weekend when I took off. I had my compression shorts on, and then I had some socks on, and then I had like thermal socks over those ones. And when I tell
what
you
socks?
Thermal socks.
Okay.
What'd you think I said?
Thermal.
And I rolled them down, and then immediately I started steaming.
He pulls it off, and like his smoke is coming out of his socks.
I started steaming, and I took off like my compression shorts, and it was just like, shh. I was like, wow, I'm steaming. Walk around the house, leaving like it looked like, I don't know, I was on fire.
We should get him like a fancy outfit that he can walk around, and then that would explain why he's got like the white elbow length gloves.
If y'all want to spend money on it.
Would you wear white elbow length gloves if we bought them for you?
Depends on what they look like.
They're white elbow length gloves.
Like I'm a bitch from the 20s that has like one of those long cigarettes.
You're a flapper. That's right. Yep. You're trying to eat a hot dog without getting ketchup on your spats.
I'm Code Ella Duville.
Whatever you want to call yourself. Why not? Oh, boy.
We'll see.
Okay. Well, it's something to consider.
Old drippy hands Poundcake.
There you go. Somebody's calling this segment Gland Chat. I didn't intend for it to be that
Drippy
way, but
P.
there it is. Drippy P. Hey, that's it. Drippy B is his new rap name. There you go. I've got to take a break here. If you'd like to text for anything, 35192 to do that. You can watch, if you like, the live streams at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan
Got another $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes, so listen for that next keyword. They come around every hour, about 30 past, and every single one of them has got $1,000. And somebody wins every time. Might as well be you. So we'll do that in a bit. Comedian Blake Hammond is going to join us a little bit later on. He's a pal of Bill's who's doing a show at the Foundry in Lakewood. Is that tonight?
It's tonight.
Tonight. Is he a Cincinnati guy? Is that what's up?
He's from Cincinnati. He's a real funny dude. He's been in Cleveland a bunch of times, and he's also been in bands and stuff like that. So he's got.
Oh yeah.
You and him could talk metal. I'm sure. Get into that. But he's also into the like emo and metal scene.
Is it a comedy and music thing
Yeah,
that they're doing?
Okay. Yeah, I think there's like cover bands doing. It's like an emo night type thing.
Oh, okay.
So it should be a lot of fun. And he's, even if you don't like that kind of music, Blake's so funny that it's worth going just to see him do stand-up.
Sure.
He's fantastic.
Next week, if you want to get to the Ministry show, they're doing a bunch of festival dates this summer, but they're going to do a handful of their own headlining dates in the spring. May 5th, they'll play the Agora with Gary Newman and Frontline Assembly, if you like that stuff. I'll have Clutch tickets for you. They're playing May 14th at Nautica. Incarceration is back in Mansfield at the Reformatory. That is the 14th through the 16th of July. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit, Lamb of God, Volbeat, and Disturbed is going to play Blossom. They haven't toured in 5 or 6 years. So they're going to do Blossom end of August. So all of those shows, all next week. Well, it'll be out Monday, but all the remainder of the week, I will have those tickets for you. And then something pretty cool that I'm not at liberty to divulge yet, but I will have giveaways for it. And I guarantee you it's cool, and you'll want to get them. Cavaliers play tonight. They are in New Orleans to play the Pelicans at 10 o'clock tonight. That's your tip-off. Cavs Live pregame gets going 30 minutes prior. They're coming off a big win against Detroit. They're coming off a big win against D.C., they're coming off a big win against the Pacers. They're coming off a big win against Memphis. This is, how many is that? This is going to be.
They're 4 in a row right now.
There you go. 4 games unbeaten. And then tomorrow night, the Bulls will be in town to play them at the Romo Fijo. So because of the Super Bowl, they do everything they can to find feel-good stories between people who are from Philadelphia or people who are from Kansas City, or that's why you see it's perfect timing for this Ant-Man movie to be coming up because Paul Rudd is from Kansas City and a Chiefs fan. So you've probably seen Paul Rudd. And first of all, nobody's going to complain, male or female, about seeing Paul Rudd because he's just a delight.
He is.
Nobody's ever.
And he's been able to maintain it for a while too, because sometimes there'll be people that are a delight, and then people get sick of them because of overexposure. Paul Rudd hasn't, I feel like, experienced that. I think people are still very much team Paul Rudd.
Well, he also understands his, and again, I'm not a big person on lanes.
Mm-hmm.
I think anybody can do what they want to do, but he does understand his lane.
Yeah.
Kind of. Because he's done dramatic films along the way, but they never do much because people go, well,
he's the funny guy.
I like when Paul Rudd's funny. And, even if the movie is good and he's good in it, they're like, I want to see him in, people weren't getting, I don't know that everybody was popping off over that Ghostbusters sequel with the kids. But he was in that.
He was funny in that, yeah.
And he was good. And I thought it was an entertaining movie.
I thought it was fun.
So, anyway, they had these 2 guys doing the rounds here. A Chiefs fan who donated his kidney to a longtime friend of his who just happened to be an Eagles fan. Just happened to be an Eagles fan. They were in the Corps together. And
they should have made a contingent on who wins the Super Bowl.
Well, they got the teams gave them tickets.
Oh, there you go.
So, but what you're saying is, hey, I'm going to hold this kidney over your head.
Yeah.
But only if the
Chiefs win, I'll give you my kidney. If the Eagles win, then you guys can F off. I don't want you to have my kidney, and if my team loses.
Right. The guy's name's Jalen Hurts. Get one from him.
Yeah.
Make him hurt. It's a couple of years ago that this happened, that he donated a kidney to his friend. And now they're going to the Super Bowl. Now that their respective teams are playing, everybody's all excited. They got 3 kidneys between the two of them.
I posted on Facebook, does anybody have a spare kidney I can get? Mine are junk.
Can you tell that's the guy from Pennsylvania? Yeah. So I'm sitting around, I go, oh my God, my back hurts. I couldn't figure out what it was. Went to the doctor. He goes, you need a kidney. I got to pull one out. Any chance you know somebody close to you, you got a family member, maybe somebody you like to have coffee with, something, give you a kidney. And I'm sitting there going, well, I don't know anybody give me a kidney. Who am I going to ask for that? Turns out my friend Kansas City gave me his kidney.
I posted on Facebook, does anybody have a spare kidney I can get? Mine are junk.
Marines are a band of brothers. Don't leave someone behind.
When the transplant happened, I was literally days away from dialysis. It's a whole new lease on life. You know, I was worried about if I didn't get a kidney, my son would grow up without a father. A Chiefs kidney. I don't know how my body will react if the Chiefs win. The Eagles are going to win. Go Birds.
Go Birds. I'm going to pour water all over you if the Chiefs win. We're out here greasing poles. I got a Chiefs kidney in me now. Well, that's nice.
If I go to Wawa, it's to celebrate.
That's right. The gobbler's back.
But if they dropped the gobbler.
Dropped the gobbler, and I got both my kidneys.
But I want my Chiefs friend to be saying, wah, wah, we lost.
Wah, wah, wah. Well, on the subject of the Kansas City Chiefs, the some of the local Native American organizations in Missouri have renewed their protests of the Kansas City Chiefs name and mascot. And so they're like, this is another name we would like changed. I think they might have gotten rid, I think the Atlanta Braves got rid of the tomahawk chop. I don't know if, so stupid. I don't know if the Kansas City Chiefs have gotten rid of the tomahawk chop.
I think it's still going, but
I think it might be
I don't think
still
it's
going.
sanctioned by the team. I think it's just something that
the fans do. You can't control what the fans do.
No.
So there's some indigenous activist groups that are once again asking the Chiefs organization. See, all anybody can focus on, by the way, aside from the two teams, is the hot daughter of the guy that owns the Chiefs. Because she is blowing up on Instagram. She was like Miss Kansas City or something. And so everybody's paying attention to Gracie Hunt because she's making I shouldn't say she's making a spectacle of herself, but she's kind of like your classic blonde, rich girl. You know, her dad owns the team. So she's getting a lot of play because she's running around Arizona, showing up places and things like that. And she's cute, you know. But according to her, she's all about giving back. And I don't know what she means by that. Because, you know, when people say, this community has been so great to me and I feel like it's my responsibility to give back. You've been great to me. You know, I need to give back. And usually the implication there is that you've done well financially because of that community. Well, she doesn't have any money. She has her dad owns the Kansas City Chiefs. So when she says I'm all about giving back, I don't know what she means. But people are paying a lot of attention to her. So the people calling for the Chiefs to change their name and their mascot probably getting overshadowed by the hot-ass daughter of the team owner. And there's going to be demonstrations outside the stadium for the Super Bowl. And there'll probably be signs because you can't demonstrate like with, do you wear the clothes? I don't know how they demonstrate.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you might have heard, and I don't want to blow the lid off anything, the Cleveland Major League Baseball team changed their name.
They did, and everybody was fine with it.
Yes, everyone was completely fine with it. They said, while you're at it, we should do away with that Chief Wahoo, too. And everybody said, I think that that's fantastic. I didn't hear one person complain about that. I didn't hear one voice in dissent. Normally, something that emotional, you think that there would have been at least one or two people who got upset. Not in Cleveland, Ohio. We have acted as a beacon, as a shining star for other cities faced with a similar situation. The Washington Commanders, look at them. Who can't love the name Commanders? Who can't love the name Guardians? You know? Traffic statues. It's what we're all about here in Cleveland, Ohio.
It's our most important
It is our most
export.
traffic statues. You go to cities around the world. You know how every city has like a sister city in another country? And usually there's a dozen of them because it's just you make these, chambers of commerce will reach out to each other or whatever. So it'll be like, I don't know what Cleveland's sister cities are, but you go to any one of them, Cleveland, Ohio, sister cities. I'll tell you right here who they are. Bratislava, Romania, Holon, Israel, a city in El Salvador, all over the world, right? You go to any one of these cities. You want to have some fun traveling? Go to Bratislava in Slovakia.
Bro.
You will see traffic statues in every one of those cities. And people go, there's no traffic here. These roads aren't even paved. And they say, we are a sister city of Cleveland, Ohio.
Bangalore. That's my buddy's from there.
Alexandria, Egypt? Hell yeah, I want to go to Egypt.
Then go.
And Israel.
Why don't you go? Tell them that you are from their sister city. And they'll look at you like you have a nipple in your forehead. And then you can inform them, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
I will. My friend has a friend in Egypt, and she was telling us we could stay with her.
There you go. West Mayo, Ireland is one of our sister cities.
I bet it is Mayo.
What? I bet it is.
West Mayo?
Yeah. Oh, because everybody's white, you mean? All right, I got to give you some money here. It's $1,000 to go fund yourself. Listen closely, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at WMMS.com. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
The Alan Cox Show After Hours line, for people who want to leave us voicemails, you can do it there. Anytime, 216-986-8903.
Regarding the brushing the teeth in the sink and urinating in the sink, I'm just saying you can urinate in a sink as long as you run some water after to wash it down. You can't just go and let it sit there. You got to run some water and then maybe put one little spray of some cleaner spray and let it run some more. So I do it in my basement wash tub sink too when I can't get upstairs. Ain't got no time. I just, do that. So, all right, bye.
Yeah, I don't think that's any big life hack to rinse the sink after you pee in it. I think that goes without saying.
I was putting the plug in and just
filling it up.
Yeah, letting it just
let it steep.
Yeah, let it sit for a while. Wait for some mosquitoes to try and
land
in it.
God, I think everybody realizes. Yeah, rinse it out. What I still take umbrage with is, what is this scenario in? What did he say? If I don't have time to get upstairs?
Don't got time to get upstairs? Maybe he's only got a one-bathroom household?
But you're in the basement of your own house, and you control when you pee. I don't understand this.
Wash tub sink, too, when I can't get upstairs. Ain't got no time.
I ain't got no time to get upstairs in your own house. You don't have to get in the car and drive 2 miles away to go to the bathroom. But this is the scenario Poundcake was presenting us with for the hoe bath. He was like, well, if somebody's in the bathroom and I have an emergency, I'm like, what are these emergencies? I mean, this guy's even worse.
I know someone that
if I can't get upstairs, what? You mean you don't want to go upstairs? You want to piss in the sink?
I know someone that had a drain in their floor, and they would just piss in it in their basement.
Oh no!
Yeah.
They didn't even pay attention to like where that went or where it.
Yeah, they're just like,
yeah, why not?
It gets out of the house.
Sure.
So I'm gonna pee in this corner.
So
they only had one bathroom, so that was their. Rather than go upstairs, they'd just be lazy and drunk and piss in the. Yeah.
Lazy and drunk. There it is.
I had an uncle, and I can talk about him because he's dead now. But all of my uncles at one point lived with another one of my family members, whether it be my mom or one of my mom's cousins. This particular time, it was my mom's aunt.
Were they ne'er-do-wells? Is that the...
Well, yeah. I don't really know how to explain it. We just... They've lived with every other family member.
Gotcha.
I guess like in a mooching kind of way.
Gotcha.
But my uncle would never, even for the bathroom, he would never, I think the only time we ever saw him come out was maybe like once a day or like maybe a couple times a week, and it would just be to shower. He would walk out in his robe and then go to the shower and then go back to his room. And we're like, he never pees, he never does anything. We found out later that he was peeing in like Sunny D bottles.
So gross.
Like
people are animals, I swear to God.
Gallon jugs, and he would just keep it in there. I'm like, and I don't know how we didn't smell it. It must have just been sealed up or whatever, but he was like peeing in jars.
That's a level of depression that is just unmatched.
Well, what I don't understand is
it's laziness. It doesn't sound like depression.
I was going to say,
I think depression begets laziness.
Well,
but why did he even shower? Like what?
Yeah,
why
if he was showering, he wasn't
sure
peeing jars level depression.
I'm sure he wasn't always. Yeah, if he was showering, then he's also just being lazy. But you know, there's levels to it. But man, just get up and go pee.
By the way, this is a golden opportunity to troll somebody that we're talking about. Have you seen the Borgs on TikTok? You know what a Borg is? Okay, so this is the Gen Z thing, right? And again, it's no huge life hack, but it's making the rounds because, when you're a kid, everything's new. It's basically a half gallon of water, plastic half gallon thing of water, or a gallon or whatever. And you pour half the water out, and you put vodka in. I'll have this girl explain it to you. And this is how they are walking around drinking or tailgating or whatever it is.
First, you need a gallon of water. You want to pour out about half of it. Now it's time to add your liquor. Today we're using Tito's vodka. I put in probably like a third. The final real stuff.
By the way, why does every girl have that voice? Every girl's got that like like raspy kind of.
Pour out about half of it. Now it's time to add your liquor. Today we're using Tito's vodka. I put in probably like a third. The final real step in making a Borg is to add your Mio or some Crystal Light. And then lastly, because it's only 1 p.m., we're gonna add some liquid IV so we don't get hungover at midnight. Now you shake it all up. Taste test. It's really good.
Because it's only 1 p.m. So it's a gallon thing, but it's only half full of water, and that's vodka. And then you put in, like she said, Crystal Light or those Mio things that sweeten them a little bit. And then you walk around, and that's what you're drinking. What you do is you put Crystal Light in it, but not the pink lemonade, the yellow lemonade.
It looks like you're piss jugging. Yeah.
Or it's for somebody who does that on the regular. They're like, I don't have time to get upstairs. I'm going to pee in this gallon jug. You move in with some kids on campus, and then you leave your jugs around. And then when you've they think it's one of their Borgs, and then you hightail it out of town. And you have to create a new identity.
She's putting Mio and what's the hydrating thing she puts in there? The
IV.
The liquid IV. Yeah. Is that still work if you're mixing it with alcohol?
I don't know.
Is that like when you try and like put Gatorade and vodka together and be like, hey, look at me.
Right.
I'm ahead of the game. I don't think it works that way.
No, I think they're at cross purposes at that point. They're like, I want to get my electrolytes and get my vodka. What's the stuff that you give to kids? Pedialyte.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's half a bottle of Pedialyte and Tito's in there. Well, anyway, so you kids are looking for something fun to do. Make yourself a Borg.
One of our customers just messaged me and said that this is basically kids trying to recreate Four Loko, like the original Four Loko.
Is that what it is?
That's what he said.
So what they're doing is trying to die. That's what they're doing?
Well, they're not getting to the Four Loko level though, because we all know that was a whole nother thing.
I can't believe I was in college at Four Lokos peak. I was a part of that movement. I was part of the reason why they
tell the tale.
I moved into my college house. The very first weekend I moved into my college house, I wanted to christen it in, and I had a strawberry and a lemonade, and I drank both of those Four Lokos. And
that's 8 Lokos.
It was a 4 no. Like I never had it after that. I threw up all over the place. Like I did christen my new bed, but gross.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me where to pee.
Yeah, right. Ain't nobody gonna tell me where to pee. That's right. Hey, Melanie.
Yes.
What's up?
Hey, I got a couple stories here real quick about some pee.
Give me the better one.
So my brother, when we still lived with my parents, but we were all of age, my brother decided to go through a phase where he was going to the bar every weekend. And my mother one day said, Melanie, look at that spot up on the ceiling there coming down the wall. And we couldn't figure out what it was. And after a couple months, we figured that my brother was getting so drunk on the weekends, he would get up and sleepwalk in his room and pee on the floor right in that exact spot. And it was so much that it was starting to leak down the wall from the ceiling.
I mean, you can't even get pet urine out of carpet and walls and things, man. Imagine you're, oh, that's just my upstairs pee trickling down into the, right. All right, thank you, Melanie. There's a Melanie in Lakewood with a heartwarming story about
That's how
pee.
you get kicked out of the family. Like,
Yeah. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app and listen there wherever you are.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, you said you were on the toilet all last night. The consistency was
have not already, redeem $200 in free bets via pre-launch offer. Minimum $5 deposit and wager. $200 issued as bonus bets. Eligibility restrictions apply. See dkng.co/OH for terms.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Basically, you just suck. I'll be honest with you.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch live. Who's helping out today? Jeff Goulash. Oh, it's almost downright normal. Comedian Blake Hammond is going to join us a little bit closer to 4:20. He is doing a show at the Foundry in Lakewood tonight with some bands. And
Yes.
Are you on this show?
I am not on this show. I'm doing a different show at Dunlop's, a little bar that just reopened.
Okay.
But we gotta show Blake some love.
FoundryConcertClub.com is their website. I haven't been to the Foundry in a long time.
Laughing at Our Pain.
A night of comedy and live music.
So there's the Fillers, which is a Killers cover band, and then Portage playing as Taking Back Sunday.
A Killers cover band.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're at that point. I mean, they've been around.
Wear like shiny suits and stuff, or
I don't know if they're going all that out or if they're just going to be playing their songs, but still, I mean,
okay,
they pull it off. It's a good time.
All right, well.
And then Blake Hammond, hilarious. Julia Mary, she's a nutbag. She's funny. She's a lot of chaotic energy, but very funny. She's a good time.
All right. Well, Foundry's always got wild stuff going on over there, so you can go to FoundryConcertClub.com for the info on that.
And then Connor, I think that's Blake's friend that's actually with him right now. So if he's with Blake, I imagine he's a funny dude too.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
What's
hey,
up?
Alan.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm not one of these young kids that fills out those TikTok things or whatever, but maybe I should be. I'm a Gen Xer, and I've been drinking one of those, what they call Borgs for years. I mix mine with the Mio fruit punch, just a glass of water and 2 scoops of Metamucil. You let that swell up a little bit. It's just like Jell-O.
Yeah, right. Oh, that sounds good. You put a tongue depressor in there, letting it harden up, and you got yourself a nice little popsicle, John.
Yeah.
Right. A Mio and Metamucil. Yummy. All right. It keeps everything moving, I assume.
Yeah, it keeps everything flowing.
Right. All right. Thank you, John. There's John out there who's been making his own. You kids don't know nothing. He's been making his own Borgs for a long time. I wonder why they call it a Borg.
Yeah, that's what
because
I can't
resistance to
figure
drink
out.
it is futile?
I guess.
You're never not going to be able to drink this.
It's a pretty deep culture with college kids, it looks like.
Okay, well, it's all over the TikTok.
It's all over it, and there's a lot
Borg.
of different concoctions, but good for them.
This is my 7 of 9 Borgs I'm going to drink tonight.
I think you just stick with one. I think that's the way to go.
I don't know. Nevertheless, so Metamucil is like when you can't poop. Is that what that does?
I think so.
I hear ads for it, and it's been around for 100 years, obviously. But I'm always there's so many of those things now that I'm unclear what any given one does. They're like, I take this stuff and it cleans out all the stuff in your body, and I'm like, okay.
What does Metamucil actually do? It increases the bulk in your stool, an effect that helps to cause movement of the intestines.
Are you getting made fun of at school, kids, because you don't have bulky stool? Well, here's the...
Get that stool bulk, that stool gains.
Yo, do you even lift, bro?
Yeah, do you got stool gains, Poundcake?
No, I don't.
You want to get that turd yoked?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think I'm still going through like my cycle because I changed my diet up, so my body's like responding to that. So my poops have been. You were asking me like the other day, is like my poop
going
routine
more
is-
frequently, yeah.
And it's like I'm going more frequently, but it's not a lot, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I have like one big poop a week, like one big one. and then everything else just like,
There's rabbit pellets.
Yeah, just little droplets. Or sometimes it's like, it comes all out.
Mm-hmm. There's that noise again. It's multi-purpose.
Mm-hmm.
If he's peeing or if he's got... Alan Borg is an acronym. Blackout Rage Gallon.
Oh.
Why is rage in everything now? The word rage it's in everything now. I mean, are you mad or are you just going to a rager? I'm raging, man. Blackout Rage. Boy, somebody really had to work on that. This is my Blackout Rage Gallon. And somebody goes, it's kind of wordy, bro. You should come up with something else. Oh, really? Should I? This gallon of water that I'm half filling with vodka and Crystal Light? Yeah. I really should come up with something cool for that. How about a gallon of rage that I can black out? How about a Gerbo? Does that sound good? No? Okay. Blackout Rage Gallon. All right. Well, there you go. They're getting me hip to what's going on out there. If you listen to our show on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do it. Steve listens in Fort Hood, Texas. Scott's in Littleton, Colorado. Holly and Paul are in Phoenix. Matt's down in Cincinnati. Brian's a new listener in Orlando. And we have a lot of bureau chiefs in the Rochester, New York, greater metropolitan area, too. And I saw that they have put a Philip Seymour Hoffman statue in their museum. He's from suburban Rochester. Of course, he's been dead for a while now. But he's getting a permanent statue in the George Eastman Museum in Rochester, New York. So those of you who live out that way and you were a Phil Hoffman fan, it's going to be there. Now, I don't know if it's going to be skinny Phil or chubby Phil.
When does that start?
Is
it up already?
It's there now.
Oh, man.
They said that the statue was unveiled last year outside a theater, but it has been moved to the George Eastman Museum in Rochester. And they're doing a tribute to Philip Seymour Hoffman film series. Boy, you could do a week of his movies and still not have a dud in the bunch. His mother still lives out that way. She's a retired judge. He died in 2014 at age 46 of a heroin overdose. So it was 9 years last week he died. It was the first week of February. And I think most mainstream audiences associated him with Twister. Because that was a huge, earlier in his career, but that was a huge movie. But Boogie Nights and Big Lebowski and 25th Hour.
Yeah.
Great movie.
He was in the Hunger Games.
Hunger Games.
That was a big one. That was his last.
He was the bad guy in Mission Impossible 3.
Yeah. He was
real good in that.
Real good in that.
Yep. He's in Moneyball. He was in Ides of March, great Clooney movie with Ryan Gosling. And Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, one of the great underrated films of the last 20 years.
And also
him and Ethan Hawke.
What a score for him to be in that movie and
my God.
With naked Marissa Tomei.
The movie opens with her on top of him, I think.
Yeah. He read that script. He's like, I'm in.
Let's
do it.
Is that a pervy way to accept a script? You're like,
no, you act like it's like, oh, the whole script is great, but you just read that the first scene was
but that stuff
Marissa Tomei.
The screenwriter goes, you didn't think that the third act needed more work? No, it's all great. No, I read the first line.
That's the thing. Scripts like that get cut all the time. It's never like a finished product by the time it's sent to an actor. The scene might get cut.
Oh, I imagine he made sure that stayed in. That's
it's
right.
Integral.
Were her boobies beyond me?
Okay. Because I don't remember a lot of movies where boobies were on him.
Yeah.
So he wasn't that guy.
Dude, I don't.
He was pretty gross in Happiness, but that was a whole
very
other,
gross in that, but still not really consensually gross.
No.
Pirate Radio, that was a good one.
Didn't see Pirate Radio. Didn't see that one. What, Cody?
Well, I think actors need to get paid more for when they do sex scenes, because I don't know that I could not pop one. Like if they're telling me you're about to do this, and I know it's glorified on TV, like they make it look better than what it is. I know in reality you have 80 people around you, but still, the hottest person you probably will ever see in your life is simulating sex on you.
Yeah, but you're hot too. That's why you're in the movies.
Yeah, so that means I can't pop one? That's like
No, you can, but
unprofessional?
I think, but the stories that you always hear from people who
They're like
talk
all
about
taped
those
up.
sex scenes is that it's not only that, but you're surrounded by Teamsters.
Yeah.
Because the crew is all there.
It's
and
not a sexy moment. That's
No.
where the acting comes in. Is you have to act like this moment where you're surrounded by a bunch of people doing their job is actually a hot, sexy moment. It's very awkward.
And what if the co-stars hate each other? There's always those stories, or
Yeah.
they're like, he had bad breath, or she sucked, or whatever.
Yeah, he wasn't fond of showering, that type of thing.
Yeah. But then
and you're not doing one take either. So like you gotta, it's just a weird. Even just having acted in like a short film where I had to be in the same bed. It wasn't a sex scene, but we were just doing dialogue like we were laying in bed together. It's so awkward.
Well,
So-
and they're all very choreographed too.
Yeah.
So it's like, put your arm here,
I love it when they go down and they show man butt because that was in the script. It's like, and show the man's rear. Like anytime there's man butt, it was written into the script.
Well, somebody had the line, and I don't remember who it was. I want to say Denzel, but that doesn't seem to fit because I don't think of him in sex scenes. But something along the lines of, to the co-star, don't get offended if I pop one, and don't get offended if I don't pop one.
I feel like that was
I don't think Denzel would say that.
No,
I think that was
I don't know
a
why
joke
I'm
in a movie.
Was it?
Or like a sketch or something. I know.
I saw an
I was
actor
thinking
doing
of that same thing. Yeah,
doing an interview or something. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Denzel comes to mind, but I don't ever remember him doing anything like that.
I think in the industry, it's like a taboo because Henry Cavill, which I love. I know you don't. They're still trying to make him a thing. You always say, but I forget what sex scene he was doing, but he talked about it in an interview where he got an erection and he was like looked at as this huge perv and like shunned from the.
That was early in his career. I mean, he's got some naked stuff in The Witcher, I think.
No, he has a lot of sex scenes. He's in that movie or the TV show I like, The Tutors. Like that's where I recognized him from. I forget where it was, but he said he was doing a sex scene with like an actress who's like a big name now, and
those Tutors, boy. I mean, when you're in a sex scene, you don't want
Sorry.
so much tooting.
I'm nervous.
I thought it was like a cat. I think it was a sketch about entrapment with Sean Connery.
All right.
And he was playing, because he's so old at that point.
Right. I don't remember that, but yeah. So Philip Seymour Hoffman, if you were up Rochester way, they've got a big statue of him as a local guy done good. He was in Magnolia. He was in Almost Famous. He played Freddie Lowndes in the Silence of the Lambs prequel. Played that tabloid reporter. That those characters are in all those movies, and they have different people playing them. He was in Along Came Polly. The basketball scene with Ben Stiller in Along Came Polly. I didn't remember him in the Hunger Games. I took
It's not the first one. He's in the second and third and fourth one.
Yesterday was National Pizza Day, and so you saw all the local pizza places crowing over what they do and what you can get and blah, blah, blah. And my daughter had asked me the night before, completely coincidentally, she had asked me what's the most popular food in the world. And I assumed that it was going to be something like rice, something boring, but it was pizza. And she doesn't like pizza. I have a kid, a first grader, who doesn't like pizza. And so my plan for National Pizza Day yesterday was to sit there. Normally, if you were to eat pizza in front of somebody and not offer them any, it'd be considered rude because everybody loves pizza. Not my kid. So my plan was I was going to sit there and eat pizza in front of her. But I didn't do that. That was my plan.
Yeah.
My plan was to do that, but I didn't do that.
You didn't go through with it.
I didn't go through with it because I was like, it's just generically rude. I don't want to do that. Alan, did you see we shot down another spy balloon over Alaska?
Hey.
Oh, they're getting to him fast and furious. They don't know that it was a spy balloon, but I think that's maybe what they're going by now.
Spy, spy, spy.
Hey, isn't that the name of something right now?
Yeah, my new Poundcake podcast.
Oh.
I think I found the sketch that I was thinking of. I think it was a Mad TV sketch where he's in a movie called Blue Heat with Rebecca Gayheart.
Yeah.
And it's just, the age difference is, it's making fun of the Entrapment movie that came out around the same time.
That was Sean Connery and Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Right.
Entrapment.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. I didn't see Entrapment. I just remember it.
I just remember it, too. I don't think I ever actually watched it, but I remember the scene where she was shimmying under the laser.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw her butt going. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, that was prime Catherine Zeta-Jones, too. That's like when,
like right after Mask of Zorro.
Right. No, I just remember early 90s.
Teeth fall out of his mouth.
Early 90s, there was a great movie called Disclosure. And it was, I think it was from a book or something. And it was Michael Douglas was this hot shot tech guy at a company. And Demi Moore is his boss. And the premise of the movie was to flip the script on sexual harassment. And the premise of the movie was that she wanted him to bang her, and he was a married guy and a good dude, and he said no. And then she accused him of rape. So the premise of this movie is that Demi Moore was mad that Michael Douglas wouldn't have sex with her. And she wanted to take it out on him. And, of course, it was a big game of cat and mouse. But they were like, this is the big reversal of the roles and sexual harassment and blah, blah, blah. But at the time, everybody laughed because they were like, so someone said no to Demi Moore in this movie, and it was a big movie for a while.
All right, I sent you that sketch. 2:35 is when he's saying that line.
Who plays Sean Connery?
Pat Kilbane.
Oh, okay. Not Artie.
It's like 2:33, I think 2:30.
2:33. Okay.
Around the 2:30 mark.
Yeah, she adores me. You know, before every love scene I do with Becky, I say, I'm sorry if I get a boner, and I'm sorry if I don't get a boner.
That's a good Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's very funny in
With
that sketch.
actual Rebecca Gayheart.
Yeah, and then like they show them shooting the scene, and as he's like crawling up on the desk to like mount her, his dentures fall onto her face. Oh, it's so gross.
God, Rebecca Gayheart had a great career until she hit that kid, right?
What happened?
Years ago, Rebecca Gayheart.
She was so pretty.
Yeah, but she was in like a hit and run or something.
Oh, really?
And yeah, they completely like derailed what was going on with her. She had a 9-year-old kid.
Ooh.
And he died.
Yeah.
And it was she disappeared, boy, for a long time. She married one of those Grey's Anatomy dudes, but and I think somebody posted a video years later of her and her husband with like a Miss America contestant or something. I was like, boy, in the pantheon of videos you don't want getting out, one with you and your husband banging a Miss America contestant ain't the worst one that could be out there. I mean, that's a flex. Everybody's good looking, and everybody's consenting. All consenting adults. I got Fall Out Boy tickets after the break. They're going to do Blossom this summer with Bring Me the Horizon. Go get me that sunset. Is that what you call them?
Yeah, go get that sunset.
Go get that sunset. So if you want to go see Fall Out Boy, doing a handful of dates this summer. And they'll get to Blossom July 18th. We'll also get comedian Blake Hammond in here to catch up with him. He's doing a show at the Foundry in Lakewood tonight. So we'll get you hip to that as well. And another $1,000 on the way, too. 4:30 is that next keyword for you to go fund yourself.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Cloudy skies for your Friday with highs in the upper 30s to near 40. A slight chance of a rain or snow shower early tonight. Otherwise clouds with overnight lows in the 20s. This weekend, partly to mostly sunny skies, highs in the 30s Saturday, 40s on Super Bowl Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. Work for clean water. Join the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District on Friday, February 17th for its Clean Water Career Fair from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at 3900 Euclid in Cleveland. Learn about available job opportunities. There's something for everyone. Register today at workforcleanwater.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know, it's no secret that we spend a lot of our lives sleeping, and so getting a good night's sleep is a really big deal. So a comfortable bed is a huge variable in that, and if you're not getting the sleep you want or need, it could be time to change that up. Northeast Factory Direct just got a crazy deal on queen adjustable beds at all their locations. You know, that fourth one now in North Canton. Check them out at any one of their stores, and you can save big. Queen adjustable bed for only $199 for a queen adjustable bed. You would find the exact same one on Amazon for about $1,000. So if that's something that you want, a brand new comfy mattress, you get into Northeast Factory Direct. They have all kinds of different kinds of mattresses for you as well. High quality mattresses made exclusively for them right here in the U.S. They also offer the best price guarantee, especially if you're getting a queen adjustable bed for $199. Obviously, it's not going to last long. They have limited supply, so if it's something you're looking for, make sure to hit them up at any one of their locations and start getting that sleep that you need. West 140th in Cleveland, East Side they're in Euclid, they are in Macedonia. Cleveland Avenue, the brand new location in North Canton, and northeastfactorydirect.com.
The Louisiana Swamplands. Out here, you're
Time to get stuff away.
All right, Fall Out Boy is going back on the road, and they're stopping in Cleveland this July. It's Fall Out Boy with special guest Bring Me the Horizon. They will do Blossom on Tuesday, July the 18th. The tickets are on sale. It's part of the Minutemen concert series. You go to livenation.com for whatever info you need. If you strike out here, you can buy tickets there. Be caller 10, and you'll get the last pair of tickets from me this week. Okay, 2 for Fall Out Boy. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I look like I own a snake, and I don't know if you've had a one-sentence intervention before, but that changed my life. When I found out I look like I own a snake, I became a different person, dog. Like, I stopped eating dinner at the gas station. I got my GED. I sold my snake.
People are so judgy about reptiles, aren't they?
Yeah.
So judgy about reptiles. There's Blake Hammond. He is doing a show tonight at the Foundry in Lakewood called Laughing at Our Pain, a night of comedy and live music. Now, will you be doing both? Bill got me hip to you and I both being metal guys. Do you play anything? Or?
I used to play guitar.
Yeah.
I don't do it anymore because there's too much not enough time.
Right.
But I'm a super metal guy. But yeah, I will not be playing anything. I do sing a bit, but that's it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I sing a little bit, but that's all.
Were you from Cincinnati? Is that what you said? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, tell everybody about Blake Hammond.
I'm really the Rebecca Gayheart of stand-up comedians. Mostly because I've also killed a kid with my car.
Yeah.
But
you got away with it.
Yeah,
that actually helped your career.
It's been it's been 7 years. I can talk about it. But yeah, man. I'm just a stand-up comic for Cincinnati. I'm in town tonight doing this emo thing. It's weird. I made fun of emo and pop punk, and now they all love me. So, that's sick.
Now, why is that? What do you think?
I think it's a self-hatred thing, but I don't know.
In the emo community? Well, you have a great bit about, emo bands and and I don't want to give it all away.
Yeah, right.
Because I know you don't write material.
Don't burn it here.
Yeah. But it's gone viral on all the different platforms.
Yeah.
Like millions and millions of views, but you're also just like super likable too. So people hear that, and then you have other great stories. The Trump story that you have is hilarious. Like you're just a really funny comic.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I do write a ton of material. There will be new material tonight.
I know. I wouldn't have said that if because I know you're constantly writing and you just did a special on you put out on YouTube.
Yeah,
that's doing really well. It's called Blake 182.
Yeah. Check it out. It's very dumb.
So you have leaned into it.
Yeah, there's some fun jokes on there, man. Check it out. It's good.
So is that just because blown up on social media, those people find you, or that crowd just kind of
that name was just like I was messing around with my buddy Ram Barnacle, who's also a comedian in Cincinnati, and we were just trying to think of what to call it, and I was like, well, the pop punk joke's like pretty popular, so like what should we? And I was like, we were like going through those names, and I was like, oh, Blake 182, and he was like, yeah,
right,
and
that's a funny name.
Yeah, that's for sure.
What's that Cincinnati scene like?
It's really good. It's very competitive. Like you wouldn't think it would be, but there's a ton of really funny people down there that it's like we all push each other pretty hard, and we're all on the road too. So we all come back Monday, Tuesday, see each other, and then back out Wednesday to Sunday.
So you're always out.
Yeah.
I guess you have to be.
Yeah, right. You can't really. Yeah, in Cincinnati, you can't just sort of
hang out in Cincinnati.
It's not like New York.
Not a lot of mailbox money there.
Yeah, right.
You got a family? What does that look like?
I have a wife.
Yeah.
We just got married in October. She's cool. She's great. I don't know.
Show Alan your wedding pictures. Like, talk about, like, this is the quintessential sitcom type of relationship.
Yeah,
Sure,
it's
like,
crazy.
Yeah, oh, your phone's
No,
in
my
the-
phone's
Is she like
in the
super
right-
hot?
yeah.
What's
She's
she?
Very
incredibly hot.
Really?
It's insane. It's wild.
So
Well, I
she
also
loves you
got
for
her-
your sense of humor,
Well,
your creativity.
I trapped her. I got
Yeah.
her when I was skinny, and then I blew up. And
Okay.
it was like,
But she already loved you.
yeah, but
so-
she already loved me. It's too late.
And she's not shallow like men, so she's just
Yeah,
like,
right. Well, also she doesn't have any self-esteem, so it's not. I have her dad to thank for that, but yeah, man. So, but she's great. She's super hot. She's very nice.
Yeah.
that's all I can ask for.
What does she do? She's
She's
at home, and you're
dance
like
instructor.
Oh, all
yeah.
right.
I
So
know.
she's got to keep it tight.
So she's got to keep it tight.
Yep. That's
So
right.
it's
So
not
then,
bad.
when you're out on the road, I know you just got married.
Yeah.
When you're out on the road, you're like, is everything cool at home? Like, are you always calling home?
Oh,
you guys have kids?
Think, yeah, she's actually the one that's worried, which is crazy.
Right.
Which is so insane. She's like, you didn't talk to me. I'm like, do you think?
There she
Look
is,
at.
Alan.
Do you think people are coming up to me?
Oh yeah, she's great.
Do you think people are coming up to me after the show, especially after what I talk about, and then they're like, "Oh, you want to come back to my house?" No, nobody's ever done that.
Did you blow up from COVID? Like
oh,
just
no,
being
I was
around
getting fat
and
way before that. I stopped drinking and doing drugs.
Okay.
So, and that's when I was so hot, dude. It
Right.
was crazy.
Super skinny
Super
and- yeah.
skinny. Just really feeling myself. And then I stopped doing that, and then I replaced it with food. So,
do you guys go way back? Like, have you known her since high school?
I've known
I
her
mean,
for 8 years.
Okay.
So yeah, we've
Long
been dating
enough.
for 7.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's a long time.
Yeah, it was a long
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
So then the two of you are together, and she's pretty foxy, and I mean, you don't look like you did in that picture there.
No.
You got the beard.
Yeah, I
and
look
the thing,
terrible,
and
yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
just,
get it,
just
Al.
different. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Well, that picture wasn't that long.
Yeah, that
that's
was in
October.
October.
Yeah, you said October
Yeah,
is
and
when
I
you got
haven't-
married.
I haven't gotten a haircut or shaved since.
Yeah. Because they're kind of, I think there is this thing with dudes where they're kind of like, if they really know that their woman loves them, they're like, I can look any way I want. She will
100%.
tell me I can look any way I want, and she won't care. But in the back of your brain, you're like, boy, I hope that's true. I really hope
pushed
I'm
it.
putting it to the test.
I've really pushed it,
Yeah.
and I think she does love me. It's
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm pretty, this is the worst I've ever looked, and she's still into it. So,
But it's the funniest you've ever been. So
that's true too.
And that's also, she knows, that's why she worries, because she knows there's other women like her that will look past those things because of funny. Funny
Yeah.
can get you
That is
kind
true.
of far with some women.
That is
And,
true.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it is the funniest
So-
element. She's also worried that I'm staying fat because I'm funny now. 'Cause She doesn't think that
Like that's your hook, or
like that was my thing, but I don't really talk about it.
Right.
So
You really don't,
Never
yeah.
really talk about being fat.
Right.
So it's like I could be skinny and still do all these jokes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so is this a situation where you guys are happy in Cincinnati? You want to move? You want to do this somewhere else? I mean, you want to...
I love Cincinnati, man. I
yeah.
love Ohio. Like
Yeah.
I hate being in New York. I like doing comedy there, but
Right.
like just being there makes me I'm like real anxious. So like it's just too
It's
like,
better to hub out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'd rather
and,
just be in another place. But I mean, would my career be better if I was in another place? Probably. Yeah,
Right.
I should move.
Well, that's kind of the calculus that everybody has to do, too, when they
Right.
get to a certain point. You
Right.
know, depending on where you are, you know, somebody's like, well, I really want to do this. You go, well, move.
Yeah,
or, You
right.
know, and some people are like, I don't want to do that. And you go, well, okay, yeah, you can.
Yeah,
you know.
but I think the internet too.
As long as
I
you're
mean,
happy with-
look at Bill's built a following online. Mary has built
Yeah.
a following online. I mean, you can do it from
It's a lot
anywhere.
different now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Were you
So,
doing stand-up when you met her? Had
like,
you had
right
already...
when I met her?
Okay.
Like before my first open mic, we had just started talking.
But you were at least able to tell her, well, I'm a comedian.
Yeah.
I mean, honey. What,
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
What was the last square job you had? What did you grow up doing?
I worked at restaurants. That was pretty much. So I worked at Skyline in Cincinnati, which is
Okay.
like the restaurant of Cincinnati.
all right. So
That's considered a restaurant in Cincinnati, is the...
it's diarrhea.
Yeah.
Do you actually like Skyline?
You get diarrhea
not
from that.
anymore,
Not
really,
anymore,
but yeah, I liked it. Yeah.
Every time I go down there, I will get it, and I'll just go. All right, this is the time I'm gonna finally get it, and like it's gonna like it.
I've never
and-
had it.
And when you have it on when you have the coney, that's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't get on the
spaghetti?
spaghetti. It just doesn't work.
I don't know, man. It's good. We're also, I mean, Cincinnati's filled with trash people.
Yeah.
And it's trash food.
It is trash food, but I'm kind of a trash person.
Yeah,
so you think
I
I'd like
know.
it.
You think you would love it.
It's just, it doesn't work. And why is the spaghetti so wet?
It is. Well, they put like a
wet
tomato
spaghetti.
paste on it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't like stick together because they make it by there's like 50 pounds at a time.
It's always so wet.
Oh, they don't want it. They don't want the sauce to adhere to the noodles. Is that what it
they
is?
just want the noodles to adhere to themselves.
Yeah.
You know
I
what
see.
I mean? Because you have to reheat it up and then you serve.
Because I think all the ones around here closed, and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
never got around to having it. So I was like, well, and I think it's like in the frozen food, but that's got to be different.
That's not. Yeah, it's not the same.
Like the coney, I'll deal with, but I can't abide the spaghetti.
Too wet.
The spaghetti's too wet.
I got to do a quick giveaway here, so hang on.
Yeah.
I got $1,000 right here. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword bonus at WMMS.com. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
So Blake Hammond is here. He is doing the show at the Foundry tonight. Laughing at Our Pain is a night of comedy and live music. So there's a Killers cover band, and there's a Taking Back Sunday cover band. And then you're
Are you singing with any of those bands?
And then,
I could, because that's the only voice I can singing wise.
Well, Taking Back Sunday?
Also, can I enter that contest for that $1,000? I don't know how much.
That's
I don't know how much the show pays.
Every little bit helps. Yeah. You can go to foundryconcertclub.com. It's 13 at the door. I mean, you can walk up there, and there's Blake and some other comics, and then you'll see other people pretending to be the Killers and pretending to be Taking Back Sunday. I don't think I know any. Do I know a Taking Back Sunday song? I mean, I'm sure I played them over the course of my career, but
I can't think of what it is off the top of my head.
There was one on the radio.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll see it here. What was their big... Oh, Cute Without the E is the one that I remember playing on the radio many years ago. But let's talk heavy metal. How did you, what were the bands you came up listening to? How old are you?
I'm 33.
33. So you came up listening probably to some I'm 51. So.
Well, my dad listened to it.
Yeah.
So it was just everything I listened to as a kid. There was no really an option. It was just what was played.
He was listening to Maiden and Priest and Motorhead and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, my first concert was Kiss. I have Kiss tattooed on my arm.
Yeah, okay.
So,
it's legit.
Hopefully they don't do anything bad. Hopefully those guys are good.
Well, other than their music.
Yeah, right.
You can't cancel them for doing what they do.
But no, my dad listened to Maiden and Sabbath and all those bands, and then I got super into Metallica and Slayer and all that stuff.
Did the drugs help?
The drugs,
because there's a lot of kids that want nothing to do with their parents' music.
The drugs took me away from metal, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because my parents never drank or did anything.
Right.
So that was the rebellion. Probably was that I was like, oh well, I'll do all of it.
Right.
How far did you go with drugs? Were you?
Oh, I was addicted to pills.
Yeah.
Yeah, Percocet, Roxy's. Whew,
right,
dude. Yeah, I mean, my mouth just started watering. So
what is it? Roxy's?
Yeah.
What is that?
It was
mouth just started watering. Just thinking about it.
It's this thing that they don't have anymore. It was it's like Oxycontin, sort of.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah, it's not a thing anymore. But those were wild to do. But I got really heavy into that.
How'd you get?
How did I get out of it?
Do you have a bottom story?
No, there's no bottom. I actually really lucked out because a lot of my family was addicted to heroin and stuff. So it was outside family, not my immediate. But I never got in trouble or anything. I got very lucky, and I just started drinking a bunch to get off pills.
Okay.
And then
did it work? One way to do it.
It did work.
Yeah.
It was great. And then to stop drinking, I went to AA and all that stuff.
But there probably was a transition in the middle there. There's a little Venn diagram, and somewhere in the middle was you doing pills and drinking.
Yes.
So that can't last
That lasted 2 months.
I was going to say, that can't last long.
Because it was very much like a doc, because my mom's a nurse. So I sort of knew how to wean yourself off without... And my grandma was addicted to heroin, so I sort of knew how to wean. I knew how to wean myself.
Grandma,
off
can I talk to you about
That's also two different axes.
Yeah, right. Within the Venn diagram's me weaning myself off of drugs and adding alcohol to suppress the symptoms of
I used to sit at Grandma's knee and watch her set up her rig. And,
yeah, dude. Why were all her spoons bent? It was,
it was black and all of it. Yeah. So, mom and dad are happy about you doing what you do for a living. I mean, they're supportive and all that. I mean,
they were going to comedy clubs when I was a kid. Like they would get a babysitter, and then they would go to like the Funny Bone and like go bananas in Cincinnati all the time and come home, and it was just always the thing that was on in my house. Like on Comedy Central, because they used to play it all day.
Were you like just stand-up clips? And, were you a dude that was funny when you were younger, or was it just something where you were like, it was in the kind of in the ether, and you're like, that would be fun to do.
Yeah,
and figure it out.
It was like that was my dream.
Yeah,
like as a child, like I was like when I was like in second grade, they asked me what I wanted to be, and it was like a stand-up comedian because I would just be at home all day and I would watch. Just stand up like Premium Blend and all of those shows on Comedy Central it was just
Evening at the Improv.
Yeah, half hours and stuff. It was like, man, this is amazing.
And there was probably no other kid in class
going,
I also would like to be a stand-up comedian. Yeah, right.
Yeah, like it was very weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was like my dream as a kid. And then I finally started doing it when I was like 25.
Right.
So yeah.
You're like, I got to get the hell out of the restaurants and
right. Yeah.
So what was the final push then? I mean, where you were like, if I don't do this, I'm not gonna do it. So.
I got broken up with by this chick I was dating like all through college, and I was like, and she always told me not to do it because she didn't think I was funny. So, but I was hilarious. She was just mean, but but yeah, she always told me that. I always told her I wanted to do it, and she never was like very supportive. And then when she left, I was like. Well, the first thing I did was open mic Cincinnati into Google, and I was like, all right, well, let's try it.
Because she wasn't going to be giving you a hard time or whatever.
Yeah, so I just went and did it.
Right.
Didn't tell anybody.
Where'd you go to college?
Cincinnati.
Oh, you did?
UC,
Okay.
Yeah.
So she goes, get the hell out of here, and you go, screw it, I'm going to go up now, meet the girl who's now your current wife.
Yeah.
It's not a bad trajectory.
Not terrible. It was a pretty good.
Works out good.
Yeah, other than the comedy part, but yeah, it was like it's not bad.
Well, it is weird when somebody tells you, I remember because I had gotten into radio from stand-up, and I remember a girl I was dating who was like, there was about a year period where I was still doing both, and then she goes, this radio thing is not the thing. You know what I mean? Because it was like, and I go, really? Because I enjoy, it was at the very, very beginning. And she was so adamant that it wasn't a real job. The same thing with like not being supportive of any creative thing. It's like, well, at some point you're going to have to figure out the real thing. And then she dumped me anyway, much like your story too.
Right.
But it really does it frees your brain up, and it frees a whole lot of other things. And it's not even that you need somebody supporting you. It's just you don't have the person who wasn't supporting you anymore.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? You don't have somebody going like, oh, you're going out again. Because obviously it's a nocturnal thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you're going out again to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how it is.
Because I never bought into the thing where you got to be unhappy to be creative.
No. God.
That can, for some people, like that's the key that opens their lock. But there's a lot of creative people who don't have to be miserable all the time.
I'm so much better that I'm like, when I got on like antidepressants and like started like a therapy and whatever, dude, that's when I got funny. I was terrible before that.
Right.
Because you can't like wade through all the depression and anxiety to get to the funny stuff because you're just so sad all the time. So,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that's, I hate that trope. Where you got to be sad to be like good.
Yeah, the sad clown thing.
It's like, dude. We're all
sad's
really
fine if it's
up.
also funny.
Right.
But there's like a lot of people, man, who and invariably they don't ever really go anywhere. But they think, well, I got to be angry or mad all the time, and that's gonna make me funny. And
I think it's similar to like someone in the hardcore scene where if you are happy, you're selling out.
Yeah.
So like if you're miserable and you're edgy, that's where and you don't care about anything, that's where the creativity is, and it couldn't be further from the truth.
Right.
I think it's one of those things where if you conquer those demons, you take a guy like Dave Grohl. He was always a pretty happy dude, seems like. And he's got his things, but he makes fun, good, music relative to whatever you like. But then you have Kurt Cobain, who just wallowed in the sadness because...
Why? What happened to him?
See you after the show. He got a really bad haircut.
Oh, that museum is not going well.
Yeah.
Blake Hammond is doing a show tonight at the Foundry in Lakewood. You go to foundryconcertclub.com for the details. It's laughing at our pain tonight of comedy and live music. $13 at the door. It's a mere pittance. It's a bargain at twice the price. Doors at 7. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet
Thanks
you.
for coming in.
me
Phil.
on.
Absolutely. Let me take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192 to do that. And you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
muley kicked me right between my ears when she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall. Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in damn near 20 years.
Good luck getting this song out of your head. Broke my heart at Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears. I don't know if this is a guy who originally did it or not, but what a great song. This is just some dude out there, I don't know, in like Virginia or Mississippi or something. But you know what it really is? Not only is it a tale of a broken heart, it's a tale, it's a retale, if you will, of times gone by. When you could go to a mall and there would be a Walgreens and a Sears. It's really, in addition to being a pretty solid earworm, isn't it also a commentary on the decline of the American mall?
Isn't that big, brick and mortar stores? All that.
Isn't that the subtext?
It is now.
Yeah.
I don't think it originally was, but it is now.
That's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing with it now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when was the song actually written?
Well, I think Ruby Wright did it. Billy broke my heart at Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears. The version that I grabbed, it was from another guy who did it. I don't know what year this is.
I imagine it's not something that came out in the past 2 years.
No. It's 1966.
Yeah.
For those who think young, I got this sad
That was the heyday of Sears. You're going to Sears, you're dressing up fancy to go to Sears.
Is that what it is? Because it was still And Roebuck.
Yeah.
Told me goodbye. He wanted his ring back, for he told me there'd be no wedding this year. Billy broke my heart at Walgreens, and then I cried all the way to Sears.
Still sounds like an ad.
I like the dude's version better. Mac Allen Smith, the guy from Mississippi.
This is just the original version of the Applebee's song.
We all fancy like we're eating shakes and chicken wings.
2 for $20 appetizers or whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
right. Oh, man. Yeah, I like his version way better. Because more upbeat. It's...
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens, and I cried all the way to
Yeah,
Sears.
she's not over it. He's over it.
Yeah, he is.
It hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears when she broke my heart in Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears.
Now, I'll tell you what. This guy also is going to stick a fork right in the post-retirement plans. I should say not post-retirement. This guy's going to stick a fork in the retirement plans of one William Squire.
Do I have retirement plans?
Yes, you're going to become a train guy.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. Yeah. I don't know if I'm ever going to actually be able to retire, but at some point I'm going to be a train guy. Model train.
This guy has a song called I Hate Trains.
Oh, let's hear it.
He hates them.
You hate trains?
I hate trains, dreary nights and drizzling rain. I hate trains, that lonesome whistle gives me a pain. I don't care what Johnny Cash said, all them trains go straight to well. I don't care what Johnny said, I hate trains.
This is a song by a dude that he caught his wife for the football team or something. He's not talking about locomotives. You're just using that as
I
a
hate
vehicle.
trains.
Yeah.
They were running one on my wife. And then she broke up with me at Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears. Maybe when she broke up with him, he cried it all the way to Sears. He was on that kids' mall train, the little one that goes around the track, and that's why he hates trains.
That's why.
These are all chapters of the same story.
I hate that train so much. That stupid kids train that they have, because you got to pay way too much for it, and it's so the kids. I mean, I guess it makes some kids happy, but it's not that exciting.
Well,
you can walk faster than it.
I famously get to a mall twice a year, and then I come here and tell everybody like I've just discovered the land before time. But when we were at Great Northern Mall a few weeks back, they had that little train, and everyone on it, parent and child alike, they were beaming. They looked like they were having so much fun, and you rarely see that anymore. Anytime you see a happy kid, you see a parent who looks miserable, and vice versa. But everybody on, and you're right, that train's not that exciting. And the guy that was driving it, it's just another day. Right. But everybody on that train looked like they were having a good time.
Try not to run over a 9-year-old.
Yeah, we had to stop because it was crossing our path.
Yeah.
And back in the day, again, I'm old, back in the day in the mall, they laid down track. There was circular track that used to be on. Now they just drive it.
The other one, it's not a real train. That's kind of why I'm against it. When when they had the one that was on the track, that's a real train. Now, it didn't go as far, but
it just
you were on an actual track. You were on an actual train. What they're doing is it's a golf cart with some trailers behind it.
With like a chassis that makes it, That's exactly what it
shaming.
is. No, I'm just saying.
I'm a train truther.
Yeah.
And if it ain't on tracks, it ain't a train.
So I don't know how I stumbled onto the music of Mac Allen Smith, but I'm all in now. His version of She Broke My Heart at Walgreens and I Cried All the Way to Sears. He has a song called Too Poor to Leave. Who among us can't identify with that?
Cheaper to keep her.
Too poor to leave.
Well, I've been working on this job just about all my days, trying to feed them hungry kids and pay the bills we've made. Sometimes I'd like to pack it in and go out and do what I please, but I did wrong and I stayed too long. I'm too poor to leave.
You know, this is a common...
These are good country songs.
A common theme, too. I don't know if these are all covers, but like one of my favorite songs from Merle Haggard is Working Man Blues. And it's a common refrain in these songs that they're super poor, but he's got to keep on working because he's got to get new shoes for his 9 kids.
Oof.
Bro, have one. Why do you have 9 kids? I mean, listen, there's probably nothing else to do. Sex is free, I get it. But, you know, it's a tale old as time. But poor Mac Allen Smith.
But there's so many ways to not have a kid.
I know. So many ways to not have a kid. And you could be, what little money you have could be spent on other things. Mm-hmm. Listen, if they're your kids, you love them. But, I mean, poor Mac Allen Smith is too poor to leave. Oh.
Too poor to leave.
This is why he hates trains, too.
Because he can't get on them. He can't afford it.
He's got kids. He can't just throw a bindle on his back and ride the rails. Do you want to hear Angel Face, Body Full of Sin? That's another one of his songs.
I want to hear.
Or am
all
I boring
his songs.
everyone with
No,
every? I'm just fascinated with Mac Allen Smith because I think he's like just a guy in Mississippi. I don't think he's a touring dude. I could be completely wrong. I don't know if he's part of that Pokey Lafarge entourage or what, but.
Have you ever been to a honky-tonk where the rednecks came to fight? Did you ever step inside a joint where you couldn't see the light? Have you ever been to
He's definitely not touring.
Well, this says he's a Mississippi country and rockabilly singer.
Yes, and he died in 2002.
Oh, he did really?
Yeah, December 7th, 2002. He was born in 1938.
Yeah.
So, he had a good run.
Mixed drinks from the bottle that you brought with you that night.
I'm not drunk, I'm just drinking.
Yeah.
I love it.
He's got I'm not drunk, I'm just drinking. He's got if only I could get one hit. Now, I don't know if he's talking about drugs or he's talking about a musical hit. Probably a musical hit.
His record label, just the name of it, rules. Fat Possum Records.
Only I could get one hit.
Yeah.
I know I'd surely quit my messing around.
This is a song Blake Hammond was singing back in the day, but he was talking about something else.
I'd put my money in the bank. I swear I'd never take another drink. Oh, Lord, if I could just get one hit or two. All my life I've been fighting them turnip greens.
This is the kind of music that my grandmother would listen to when I was a young boy, and I couldn't stand it as a kid, right? But now as I'm an adult and I kind of have that retroactive nostalgia for it, you know, I can kind of appreciate it a little bit more. I mean,
They've played some of his stuff on Eastbound and Down and Righteous Gemstones.
True.
So that's pretty...
Yeah, I couldn't get into Eastbound.
Familiar.
Maybe I'll go back to Eastbound and Down. You know,
Give it a shot. It's so fun.
I'm clicking around, and for the umpteenth time, I'm trying to get into Deadwood. And for some reason, I just cannot get into Deadwood. I'm like, this is a show that by all accounts I should love. It's got Timothy Olyphant, who can't do anything wrong. It's got Ian McShane. The cast is awesome. It's in the Old West, right? I'm like, everybody talks about what an amazing show it is. It's only 3 seasons, so I don't have to commit a decade to catching up on it. But I'm like, I just can't get into Deadwood. And as I'm watching it, I'm like, I should be binging a sitcom. I should be finding a funny show and binging that. Maybe, because I couldn't get into Eastbound and Down, maybe I'll go back to it.
Give it a shot. If that first season doesn't make you laugh your ass off, I don't know what to tell you. It's so funny.
Because I can't get, I'm like, I could go back and watch Veep all over again. I could go back and watch 30 Rock all over again. Again, Community,
you never got into
that's
that.
Another one that I would have to try to get into.
I love that one.
So I don't want to just go back and watch something I've seen because I know it's funny. I'm like, maybe Eastbound and Down is a great suggestion.
It a shot. There's a new season of You out.
Gwen watches that. I don't watch that.
Yeah, it's one of those shows where every time I start a season, I'm like, this show's so stupid and make-believe and unbelievable. And by the end of the first episode, I'm like, well, let's go. Let's do this. Because it's very over the top with some of the adventures, we'll say, he goes on. I'm trying not to spoil things. But you're still intrigued enough. You're like, I got to see what happens next. Some of the acting is the worst but I can't stop.
But is the premise of the show kind of like a sexy Dexter? Is that kind of what it's?
He's not even like, I wouldn't even think of him as sexy because he's really problematic.
Okay.
But there are definitely people that think of him as like a sex symbol. But he kills a lot of people.
Well,
it's not great.
We were talking about when Poundcake was talking about sex scenes.
But it's intriguing.
Sex scenes earlier with actors. I was reading an article today. Penn Badgley is the main guy in You, and I think he blew up from that Gossip Girl cast 2 years ago. I think that's where he got famous.
That's where I know him.
But I was reading an article where he told them for this new season that he wanted to cut way, way back on the sex scenes.
Yeah.
He said something like, listen, I'm a married guy. I take that kind of seriously. I take my craft. I don't want to be pigeonholed into that thing because it seems like that's what people are looking at him now from that show is like he's this sexy dude. And he's like, they didn't even bat an eye. They cut way, way back on the sex scenes because he goes, I just didn't want to, But yeah, Gwen loves that show. I've never seen it.
It's definitely not what I would normally watch, but I can't stop watching it. Every season, it starts so dumb, it ends dumb. But I just like it. I'm not even saying it's a good show. I'm just saying I like it.
Well, it's popular.
I'm dumb. It's very popular. Yeah. But it's very like soap opera type dramatic.
Hey, Thomas.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hate you guys.
Thank you.
Hate the show, of course.
Thank you.
Bill, I hate to put you on the spot, but I got an argument for you with your train theory.
Okay.
All right, something can be considered a train without having tracks.
We're not talking about sex
That
trains. We're
female
talking about
cop
trains.
from Tennessee.
He's not talking about that. Yeah.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful.
No, that's definitely not Mac Allen Smith because he hates trains.
You're leaving tracks still. There's a trace.
Do you want to hear I'm not drunk, I'm just drinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not drunk. I'm just drinking.
This is my Friday song now.
I'm not stoned.
Yeah, right.
I'm just thinking about the way that you done me, thinking about what used to be, but I'm not drunk. I'm just drinking. I'm not drunk. I'm just.
These are probably all covers. I mean, I don't know the original ones. So for those of you who do know the originals and are screaming at me, I mean,
been around a long time.
But I also like his versions if
Yeah.
these are all covers. I mean, anyway.
But it's also that time when they, like a lot of songs were just passed around like that.
Yes.
You know, everybody's doing their own version of it.
How about I'm shipping your ass back to Arkansas?
I was just a fool to marry a woman with a dat-burned mule. And I'm getting mighty tired of your trifling ways. And
I get it. Ass is mule.
I like the use of trifling.
Yeah.
Well, I caught you last night and the night before. Baby, I ain't gonna catch you no more. Right, your folks, it's all as
This one's a little more rockabilly.
You
Yeah.
home on a Greyhound bus, and you can tell your brothers, your cousins too. Baby, I got me a belly full of you. You can tell your ma, you can tell your pa. I'm a shipping your ass back to Arkansas.
That's 1978. That's Tony Fox and the Tones. All righty, anywho, I got to take a break here. I will have Robert Plant and Alison Krauss tickets for you on the way back. Not too far removed from this kind of stuff, by the way. They're going to do a show out at Blossom this summer. So if you want to go see that, I'll hook it up. 5:30 is going to be that next chance for you to grab some money. There's $1,000 ahead of you here to go fund yourself with that keyword. So we'll do that. If you want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved.
All right, if you want to go see Robert Plant back on the road this summer with Alison Krauss, the two have collaborated on a couple of albums over the course of the last probably 15 years. And so it's not every day you get to see them. Robert Plant, Alison Krauss doing their thing together at Blossom. Wednesday, June 28th is when the show is going to happen, part of the Minutemen concert series. Tickets, info, everything else at livenation.com. If you want to go, I'll give you the last pair of tickets here this week. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? 'Cause we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Alison Krauss is older than she is. She's been around a long time. She's my age, which, as you know, Bill, is young and spry.
You're spry for your age. That's the way to say it.
I guess so. Alison Krauss, the pride of Decatur, Illinois. I only know this because I have relatives in Decatur, Illinois. That's central Illinois. Most of my family on my mom's side, extended family, are all rural people. And most of my friends went to the University of Illinois, which is about a half an hour away in Champaign, Illinois. And that's where Alison Krauss grew up. I think she went to U of I, and she's lovely. She's been doing what she does for a long, long time. And so to see her with Robert Plant would be very exciting, I think. Next week on the show, we're going to be out Monday. The remainder of the week, I will have a whole lot of things to give to you for a variety of shows that are coming through. Ministry is doing a headlining date in May at the Agora, if you want to go to that. I'll have Clutch tickets for you. They're doing Nautica in May. Incarceration is back at the Ohio State Reformatory mid-July. Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit, those are your headliners for that. Megadeth, Lamb of God, Volbeat. Bush is coming back. Bush is playing tonight. Sold-out show out at MGM Northfield Park. So if you couldn't get into that, you'll be able to see him at Incarceration. And then Disturbed is going back out. They haven't toured in about 5 or 6 years, so they'll play Blossom end of August. So all of those shows, all next week. And then something else that's pretty big, but I can't tell you what it is yet. So when we come back next week, I'll tell you what it is. Joe Thomas is in the Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio.
Congrats.
You ever heard of the Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio?
Sure have.
It was one of 2 first ballot inductees. I don't think anybody is surprised by this. I saw the list of nominees, and there were a couple I thought were shoo-ins and did not get in, but Joe Thomas. Boy, this guy looks great.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a broadcasting gig? Is that what he does now?
Yeah, he's on NFL Network.
Okay.
This indomitable left tackle made 10 straight Pro Bowls and played in more than 10,000 straight snaps. Joe Thomas.
Joe Thomas of the Football Hall of Fame. And Darrelle Revis got in. I remember he was playing for Pitt when I lived in Pittsburgh. He's from Aliquippa, which is north there. He got in. I thought Hines Ward was going to get in, but he did not get in. And why they keep ignoring my boy Devin Hester, I don't know why. Devin Hester was a monster when that guy was playing. He was dumb as a brick, but boy, could he play football.
He sure is fast.
Huh?
As one dumb son of a bitch.
I mean,
he sure is fast.
Yes, he was. I mean, you know.
It's Forrest Gump.
You know, that classic freak out by Dennis Green, who used to be the coach of the Arizona Cardinals after they played the Bears in the mid-aughts. That classic YouTube freak out was because of Devin Hester. because he was such a beast for the Bears.
Or who we thought they were.
Remember this?
Yeah.
That's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were.
Yeah.
And we let them off the hook.
Yeah, that was because of Devin Hester. So I was, I was sitting at home in my Devin Hester jersey, all excited, but no. So Rondy Barber got in.
Okay.
I was reading an article with one sports writer who made it a point to say that this was a very modern class. He said, this is the first class I can recall where I was alive to see all these guys play. Because sometimes it's like, you know how like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will have one or two people that get in who are from like, they played mandolin in the 1800s, Football Hall of Fame's no different where they'll go. And this guy who was with the Bakersfield Leatherheads, that kind of thing. But these were all like modern dudes. So I thought Hines Ward was going to get in. He didn't get in. But I guess his star-making role in The Dark Knight didn't help him any.
Dark Knight Rises.
Sorry. His star-making turn in The Dark Knight Rises didn't... Listen to motion accuracy. When you're right, you're right.
There's rumors they're bringing back Christian Bale.
To play Hines Ward?
Yes, to play Hines Ward.
That'd be great. Listen, Hines wasn't flashy, but he was out there doing the work. He was opening things up for the bus. Willie Parker, I thought for sure he was, they were like, well, you were never an all-pro. And he's like, well, that's not wasn't the team we had. So anyway, maybe next year. But congratulations to Joe Thomas. There isn't a person who pays attention to that stuff that has a problem with Joe Thomas getting in there.
No, he's amazing.
Big.
Not just
plus
for how good he was, but how durable he was.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude just was one of a kind.
Rich Eisen was the one who was introducing the segment. This is at the NFL Honors.
I love Rich Eisen.
And he was the one that was introducing, here's your 2023 class Hall of Fame. But the host of the NFL Honors was Kelly Clarkson. And she made news for roasting the Browns. And did you see the Kelly Clarkson thing?
No, I didn't see any of this.
That? I don't have the clip of it, but she said it was a crazy season. First of all, Kelly Clarkson, I don't know I don't know why she was there. But she's got a talk show. Maybe they thought people, I don't know what the connection is what I'm trying to say. Maybe there isn't one. It was a crazy season, she said. Thankfully, the Browns restored order to the universe by doing a bunch of dumb Browns stuff. So that happened. That was Kelly Clarkson. And so Browns fans will...
There have been...
But she's not wrong.
Tougher roast than that.
Yeah, of course. So, who knows? But also our condolences to our good friend Janine Garofalo. Very, very funny. And also has been great for the 49ers, but will not remain with the San Francisco 49ers.
The same person.
I'm sorry? So we'll see where she goes. I mean, to be able to have such a storied career, both in entertainment and in sports, is practically unprecedented.
It's not her.
Who? Janine Garofalo?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't know who that is. He's not funny at all.
Didn't say he was.
At all. But she's great, and she's fantastic for the 49ers. We'll see what happens. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000 to do with whatever you see fit to go fund yourself. Good luck. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword green at WMMS.com. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Am I the only one that not noticed, but I mean, there's articles about it, that a part of the sun broke off? Is anybody else worried about this?
What do you mean?
A part of the sun broke off.
And
is now, like, circling its spot on the sun.
Oh my God! Let it kill us all. Why is anyone concerned about that?
You didn't see that video of the whatever the sun version of a polar vortex is?
Nope.
This piece of material, you know, they have all these cameras on the sun, and it really is fascinating. This was on the Webb Space Telescope, thing that NASA shot out there, and is sending images back. And anytime you get images of the sun, it really is fascinating that there's just this hot gas ball out there keeping us all alive. But a part of it around the northern pole of the sun broke off, and then you could see like this tornado swirl as I assume it was caught in the gravitational pull or whatever. I don't know. But it was, the people who study this kind of thing are like, yeah, we don't know what that means, but, there's always some kind of weird stuff going on with the sun. So I'll take them at their word, but to watch a piece of video and they go, so a piece of the sun broke off. I mean, to us dumb lay people, that'll give you a panic fart or two.
This is on no depressive stuff, but I don't remember the last time I walked out and not looked directly at the sun, but I don't remember the last time I've looked up to see the sun or have seen the sun.
Well, you do live in Ohio. I mean, we did see it a little bit here this afternoon, or at least saw light from it. It was all gross earlier in the day, and then all of a sudden it was kind of sunny. But
yeah, I'd say it's been well over a year since I've seen the sun.
Wait. It's been over a year since you have seen the sun in the sky?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's been there the whole time.
I understand that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is on no depress. It's not like I haven't left my house and I've seen sunlight, but I haven't looked up recently and noticed the sun in the sky like I do the moon.
Not in the morning? You don't?
No, I've never walked out and been like, oh, sun is shining, and I can see it in the sky. I don't remember the last time I've seen the sun in the sky. I don't look up that often. I'm afraid something's going to hit me.
You're afraid of what is going to hit you?
Nothing. I said, I'm afraid something's going to hit me.
Last night on my drive home, I was on the shoreway, and there was this wall of clouds, like this black wall of clouds, and you could see where it ended, and then the sky was still kind of blue.
It was awesome.
It was crazy. Did you see it? You saw it too?
Well, like I was saying earlier, the days are clearly getting longer, and when I was leaving last night, there was that wall of clouds, but the last bits of the sun were above it.
Yeah.
So it looked like, as I was driving home, it looked like mountains, which in your periphery would kind of take you aback for a second. I was like, well, obviously those are clouds. But if you pretended, they were mountains. It was interesting, is all I'm saying.
Yes, it was.
It was interesting to see. I haven't lived anywhere mountainous in a long time.
There was points when I was driving. Oh, that's probably why, because I've been working from home recently, so I haven't really had to drive into work where the sun was in my eyes. But there were times where I would get up in the morning, and when I would drive to work, I would have to put the visor nearly damn near by the steering wheel because the sun would be shining so bright, and I can't see. I hate that. That's worse than snow.
Hey, at least you're not Chelsea Handler. She thought the sun and the moon were the same thing up until a couple of years ago.
Oh, my gosh.
It's so dumb.
Doofus.
She filled in on The Daily Show, I think last night or the night before.
She's been doing it a couple nights.
Yeah, but she was talking to Fallon about how, she was on a trip with her sister, and her sister had to tell her that they were two different things. She's almost 50.
My sister and I were riding an elephant, and there was a man riding an elephant for us because we don't know how to ride an elephant.
Yeah.
And my older sister Simone looked up at the sky, and she said, Chelsea, look up. It's not often you get to see the sun and the moon at the same time.
Yeah.
And I was like, Scooby-Doo. I'm like, I said it. I go, but they're always together. And as soon as I said that, she turned around. She goes, what did you say? And I was like, oh, shut up. I knew what I said was wrong.
Giddy up, elephant.
I was like, let's canter. Is that what an elephant does?
Oh, my God.
And she looked at me. She goes, I need you. And I just tried to gloss over it. I was like, never mind what I said. I know. And she said, no, I need you to tell me what you think is happening between the sun and the moon. And I was like, honestly, I just assumed when the sun went down, it popped back up.
Yeah. When the sun goes down, it comes back up as the moon, was her thought.
That's a
So that's
dumb
not.
thought.
Poundcake is smarter than that.
Yes.
He's smarter than Chelsea Handler.
Considering they went to the moon, you know.
And
the
Chelsea,
mission.
or to the sun. And Chelsea Handler's no dummy.
In that case, she was.
Well, listen, she was smart enough for 50 Cent. She was smart enough for Joe Coy. They just couldn't. They couldn't. She's a stallion, and they couldn't rope her in. They couldn't tame the wild beast that is Chelsea Handler. She's got to do her own thing.
You guys think she's hot?
I do not, but that's not really my type.
I think she's attractive. I wouldn't say hot, but she's a pretty lady.
I thought she was like good looking, and she is very open with showing her body.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, she got naked.
I looked up her boobs. I was like, oh my gosh, am I straight? Like I wanted to see Chelsea Handler's
she got
boobs.
good boobs, yeah.
I was just like, I just want to know what they look like. I haven't seen. I felt like a teen. Like I was like, oh my gosh, I'm looking up boobs. This is so cool. A girl's boobs. Like, wow.
As opposed to a guy's boobs.
Yeah.
2023.
Well, what you mean the skiing video that she did topless? Is that the one you're talking about? Like
she does a lot. She like rides camels
Right.
topless and takes pictures, but like the censored version goes on Instagram. Well, sometimes, and then the rest, like they're out there.
yeah, that
So
was like a year ago. That's when she was still with Joe Coy.
Yeah. I've never been excited to look up a woman's rack before. And I was just like, I want to know what, now that they're easily accessible. I looked up Lady Gaga's too. Lady Gaga has naked pictures too.
Boy, we don't have anything like that on the straight side. We don't have, oh my God, I really want to see what this guy's dong looks like.
But we talk about it when like certain guys leak.
Right, but I'm not Googling so-and-so's penis.
Like Tommy Lee just posted his dong on social media again, and you weren't like, let's see it again.
Yeah.
Or were you?
Well, that's because I saved it. I didn't need to.
Well, anybody who's seen that sex tape, though, knows
Yeah, we know
the guy
what's
was
going on
driving
there.
the boat with it, for God's sake. But, yeah, we don't do that. So it's, that's advantage Poundcake. Because he's like,
But
ooh,
boobs
let me
are
go.
just that intriguing, too.
I felt so straight. I was like, oh, wow, I get the excitement.
Well, you're not.
No, I think there's something primal about it.
Yeah.
Where breasts, female breasts are, they supersede whatever your sexual orientation is.
It does.
You're like, oh, you might not be attracted to them, but we're all fascinated by them.
I was fascinated by it because I wanted to know if it's the same type of skin that men have on their penis. Like as far as like the
What?
areola. I'll explain. The areola, like the nipple part.
It's the same as your nipple.
But listen, there are some guys that have. I talked about like the tint on the penis, like it's sometimes
Areola.
darker
Tent.
the tent, like it's
Areola.
darker skin than your normal
Oh,
skin.
tent. I thought you said there was a tent on the penis. So.
Areola.
It's called
No,
pitching a
make-
tent,
yeah.
but okay.
Yeah, like sometimes the skin on the penis is darker than your normal skin. So I wanted to know if Chelsea's like, does she have brighter skin on her nipple or darker skin on her nipples? I wanted to see like what that was about. I wanted to know if the skin was like the same.
Boobs.
If it matched.
And?
It's a little pinker.
Like you're holding up
A
paint
little
swatches to it,
pinker,
little
yeah.
Sherwin-Williams paint swatches. I think this one's more flamingo than the other one.
Because I never understood why someone has like a dark D and you're like white. I never understood that.
Yeah, that is a
It's
strange
pigmented.
occurrence.
It is.
Yeah.
But it happens a lot, especially like the porn. I'm like, why is it so dark? Is it like, is that the oils? Is that the lighting? Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's also
Oils
full
or
of-
lighting? Were those your two choices?
Or you got
Oils or lighting is what
When
you
it's-
attribute a dark. Okay.
when it gets full of, you know,
like it
when
was.
it's erect, it's full of
vim
blood.
and vigor.
Yeah, it's
Is
like-
that the oil or the lighting?
I thought it was like the light is making it, the oil is making it shine off of the light. So that's why it looks darker and it just really isn't that dark.
Yeah. Well, listen, man. I mean, breasts are fantastic. Can't say enough good things about them. They're just dynamite. And to not be sexually attracted to those seems like a real bummer.
Poundcake, have you ever like
Seems like a bummer.
just played with some girls' boobs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. They've.
Over the shirt.
No Me Too stuff, but they've made me play with them.
Over the shirt.
Yeah, have you gotten like bare hands on there?
I've had
bare hands on bare breasts.
Yes, I don't remember when, but I'm sure I have, and I've motorboated.
He's so nonchalant about it. You've motorboated a girl?
Yeah, like literally take the back of my head and put it in between her breasts in front of her boyfriend.
He's gay LR.
Mr. Boob, that's me. B-double-O-B, Boob.
It just smells so good. Like, it's so easy to get like a fragrance down in there. It just stays there, especially if you have, it stays in the cleavage. So they're like, Bath and Body Works. I'm like, ooh, sniff, sniff.
Sure. Put a little sachet in there. I got to take a break. If you are ready for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, boy, are you in the right place because it's on the way. That's how we know that the weekend will officially get started here. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, you say you have information on our
Since 1937.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Trash radio, bud. Trash radio.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Little Andrew WK to get people in the mood for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is minutes away, and how we get the weekend officially underway around here. A lot of people had the image planted in their brains of Poundcake feeling some girl up with his sweaty hands.
Oh my God. I don't know if they were sweaty at the time. And maybe the girls' hands were sweaty too. It was at a bar crawl. No, it wasn't. I was out at a bar.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if her hands are sweaty if yours are the ones on her boobs. I like how he says I was forced. One of my female friends forced me to touch her breast. I need friends like that.
In front of her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was right there and was
right,
laughing.
But you're gay, so they don't care.
No, that's
right?
what I'm saying. They didn't care. And because I'm that's not my style. I would never. Can I touch? Well, no, that's a lie. I probably would if they were newly purchased breasts, and I was curious as to how good a job the doctor did. I would probably ask like, "Do you mind?" And most of the time they would say yeah. But
and if they're newly purchased, they're kind of hard at first. They have to massage them every day to kind of get them to.
You got to settle.
Really
you got to get them lived in.
Yeah, anything that would be newly purchased, even if it was like your cheeks, like lips. I'm touching with my sweaty hands. I want to see.
What lips?
Your mouth lips.
I dated plenty of girls that had fake breasts. I dated one I genuinely could not tell. I mean, like, I was with her for a while, and I finally asked. I mean, it was a while, and I was like, I'm not going to. It's so gauche. I'm not going to ask. But every time my hands were on, I was like, half the time I'd be like, they're fake. And because they weren't huge, they were just like a normal size. And I was like, no, they're not. And the next time I'd be like, yeah, they are. And the next time I'd be like, nope, they're not.
I was with one girl.
I could not tell.
What did they end up being?
Fake.
And she was just like, oh, no, they're fake, babe.
Yeah.
I've been with a few girls that have fake boobs. And there was one when she would like start to convulse, we'll say. You'd see her flexing, and it would she'd flex so hard that her chest muscle would like flatten them. It was very strange, and they'd like get kind of like pushed up. They didn't go all the way away, but like you could see like the actual muscle pushing them down because it was an under the muscle job. And then another girl, like they were real big and nice, but they were very, very hard, and I wasn't. I mean, they were still good to look at, but they felt just too hard. They're like year one.
Year one.
So they're like at the end of their warranty, like how they say they have to like get them swapped out every 15 years.
Yeah, you're supposed to get
around then.
You got to get them tuned up every so often.
God, what treatment like that is out there for men? Men want to.
They're just getting big old balls.
It's like a South Park episode where everyone's
I had a friend who was forcing me to cup his balls.
No, we've talked about that penis enlarging surgery that no doctor signs off on. They're like, don't do it.
But that's just making it longer. That's not making it wider.
No, but there's ones that will add girth because they're putting like a sleeve over your actual skin, and it's really dangerous. And it doesn't like no reputable doctors like, yeah, this is a good idea.
They say unless you have a micro penis.
Yeah,
which.
But even that, there's only so much you can do. Dr. Berglund has talked about that. He's like, once you're in the micro territory, it's one thing if you're not happy with what you've got. He's like, but if you're in the medical vicinity of micro, there's nothing we can do for that.
I'm going to do something fun over the weekend, and I'm going to measure my penis. Just like I haven't looked up at the sun. I haven't done that in 10 years.
Oh, good for you.
I don't know.
10 years.
Oh, probably more than
that. Do you
that.
expect that it's going to be somehow changed in 10 years? I mean,
I don't know.
What do you? Okay.
I don't know. I would like to know.
Yeah. Well, feel free to keep that information to yourself when we're back next week. Feel free to not. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Alan?
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Yes, good.
Got a
What's up?
question for y'all.
Yep.
Who y'all got? The Kansas City barbecue chicken wings or the Philadelphia cheesesteaks?
I mean, my money's on the Chiefs.
Yeah, you're going with Terry, right?
I'm going with Terry the Goat, and she picked Kansas City, so that's who I pick.
I'm going with Kansas City too, especially if Mahomes is pretty close to 100%. He's. I think it's going to be Kansas City, but I think it's going to be a good game.
I'm gonna go for that Rocky mentality and go for the Eagles.
There you go.
Well, somebody's got to. Plenty of people are.
It's not a bad take. I mean, they're an incredibly good team. So, but I'm going to go with the experience and go Kansas City.
And one more question. Hey, Bill, what new shoes are you going to cop this year?
Oh, there's a lot. I'm actually cutting back this year because I got some other stuff. But there's those 4s that come out tomorrow that I really want. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, there's the ones that I have my eye on are the 3s that are coming out later this year.
These are Jordans?
Yeah, Jordan 3s. Which ones are they? But 3s and 4s are what I mostly go for these days. Jordan's 3s and 4s.
Sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
I'm kind of redirecting some money to focus on other things. Besides shoes.
You're cutting into your sneaker funds?
For now.
Yep.
Hopefully what I'm doing will make it so I have even more sneaker funds. So, we'll see how it goes.
Selling foot picks.
Yes. Yes. And actually giving away foot picks, and then people can pay me to stop getting them.
Does it... unsubscribe is not working to this, and it's doing auto debit. Does any of that involve you flipping some of your sneakers? Will you sell any, or are you just stopping the buying process?
I might sell some just because I need space, but I'm not planning on it at the moment.
Sounds like something big is afoot.
I'm just hiring a company to help build up my YouTube channel.
Oh, so, yeah? Oh, you're not like buying a downtown nightclub or anything?
No, nothing like that. Not yet.
Oh, come on.
That Jordan 85 black and white looks good too. That comes out next week. But not buying shoes right now.
Yeah,
Trying to focus on other things.
Uh-huh.
And then the idea is that if that goes well and it works out the way I hope it does, it's, I'll have all the money that I need to buy the shoes.
Gotcha. The YouTube money.
Yeah.
Focusing on getting some YouTube money. Mm-hmm. What does that entail? What will they do for you? They'll be like, hey, you were getting this before, now you're going to get this.
Yeah, there's just different ways of branding and doing SEO and all these different things that they're very good at. I've seen the clients that they work with to, up your presence on there and get more views and clicks and, because it's not just about the content that you make, it's about making sure that content is visible. So not really fun stuff to talk about, but if it works out, it's going to be pretty cool. And that's why we're like not rebranding the Bill Squire Show, but taking a little we're just not posting them for a while so that we can have banked episodes.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought you just got a new co-host.
Yeah, I got a new co-host, and we're banking like 3 weeks of episodes so that we can kind of put them out with, in a little bit different way. I was doing them live for a while, but now we're going to try a different way of distributing them.
Okay.
So that's why there wasn't an episode this week.
Well, there's a new episode of the Poundcake podcast.
Yeah, check
that out. It's
called
Spy, 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 ellipsis, Spy, Spy, comma, Spy. Exclamation point.
It was really hard to fit all that on one line, but...
Well, you just dropped the font.
You did it.
Yeah.
Did you see the clip of Jill Biden kissing Kamala Harris's husband on the lips?
It just looked like that. It did not kiss
It was
him
CGI,
on the cheek.
like the end of,
like Jonah Hill and You People and Lauren London.
No, he kissed her on the cheek and then she was turned away too
No,
fast.
they kissed on the lips.
They did not.
That's a level of familiarity that some adults who work that closely, I don't think it's a big deal, but it was interesting to watch.
If they did that, then they swing
At the State of the Union. Well, that's the thing. That's why,
Joe ain't giving her nothing. He 80.
How old is she? Is she considerably younger than he
I think
is?
she's 15 years younger.
Oh, really?
So
Good for him.
I thought so.
She's like Kamala. Nature of the knock. He's like, oh, it's the first lady again.
Nature of the knock.
Hey, hurry up, get it ready. What's she going to do? Turn down the first lady? She comes first.
She's 71.
Okay.
That's 9 years. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, Doug Emhoff, who is...
She looks good.
Yeah, I think she does. Unceremoniously referred to as the second gentleman because Kamala Harris is the first female vice president. And so as her spouse, he's referred to as second gentleman. And so at the State of the Union, and listen, these four people spend a lot of time together. But people were like, what? When Jill Biden walked over to see Doug Emhoff. You want me to show you this for people who haven't seen it?
Yeah, I want to see this.
Okay, this is at the State of the Union where she walks over to Doug Emhoff to say hello here. There's no sound, but they kiss on the lips, right?
Yeah. Looked like a lip kiss to me.
It looked like a lip kiss to me, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, right smack dab.
This is what's going to tear our country apart. This little,
this
little tryst.
Right. Well, because people were pointing out that after the State of the Union, Trump was posting things on his platform that were saying, I mean, they were still kind of making fun of Joe,
Right,
but they were along the lines of,
He's doing
he
better.
did a good job. He's
Yeah.
doing better. Blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, because now he thinks they swing. So that's why Trump is being cool.
I mean, honestly, though.
He's trying to get in on it now.
Think about if the second lady, who's Pence's wife?
Prince's wife.
Pence.
Mother.
Karen Pence. Mother.
Yes.
If Karen Pence walked over to Melania and kissed her on the lips.
Well, that's two women.
That's two
though.
women.
I mean, yeah.
All right.
If Mike Pence had gone over and kissed Melania on the lips,
Yeah.
that would have been a thing. Or if Melania had kissed Mike Pence, which again would never happen in every possible alternate universe because he doesn't even want to be in the room with another woman unless his wife is there.
I'm rooting for Kushner and Melania. Now that is something I want to watch.
Oh, God. There's a whole category of that on Pornhub, I think.
I'm your stepmother.
How did I get stuck in the washing machine? I don't even do our laundry. How did this happen?
She's twice removed. She's stepmother-in-law.
Jared Kushner. Dude's, you take his pants off, looks like a Ken doll. Guaranteed.
I mean,
I think they're hiding that those kids were, I don't even think he and Ivanka have ever actually done it.
they only have 4 kids.
So what? You don't have to have sex with somebody to have kids with them.
Oh, good Lord.
Guarantee they're keeping that under wraps. He popped into a cup and they just turkey basted her.
I'm sensing some hateration.
No, I don't hate anybody. I'm just telling you. You think Jared Kushner, you think Ivanka is like,
Beating
looking
out
at
the
him
frame,
like,
yes.
oh, please.
Out of the frame.
Please.
She went Jewish because of him.
She went Jewish. Uh-huh.
She converted.
Once you go Jewish, you never go back.
Yeah, but did they accept her application?
Must have. I mean, she literally told her father.
But it's not a big deal. It's not the 60s. It's not a big deal to convert religions anymore. That was a big deal back in the day. When my mom and dad got married, my mom was Catholic and my dad was nothing. And they were like, you've got to convert to marry, And my dad was like, okay. I mean, he did it 30 years later. But, that was a big deal back then. That's what was referred to as a mixed marriage because interracial marriages were
so
rare and still like largely frowned upon that a mixed marriage was referred to in the religious sense. It's not even a thing anymore now because people just like, okay, I'm Jewish. I took a couple, convert to Catholicism. Okay, I took a few classes and now I'm Catholic. You know the other nonsense I used to believe? Now I believe different nonsense.
Mm. And it's all just for appearances anyway.
Yeah, of course. It's all for convenience and it's whatever and,
I can't believe Jill Biden's having an affair.
In front of boy,
Right in front of him,
They
yeah.
learned one thing from Trump: if you do it out in the open, nobody thinks anything of it. Just do it in front of everybody.
That's good advice.
And then deny. Alan Poundcake did lose a lot of weight. Better circulation might actually make his dong a bit bigger. So this might be the time to measure.
I know.
All right.
I'm saying, but the last time I measured was I wasn't fat then. Like we're talking 10, 15 years ago. I feel like people in high school measure their D because they want to know, but I never had to worry about it. So yeah, I don't think it's gone up or down in size. I'm just curious. I don't remember the last time I did it, so I don't know. Just want it for reference, just in case. So stop giving estimates.
Well, Poundcake's got a big weekend ahead of him. He's
pretty exciting.
Yep, he's got to find himself a yardstick or a tape measure or something, and he's got to figure all that out. Measure himself over the course of the weekend.
Ooh, it feels so good. Everybody's gonna be like fixing something. Hey, Cody, did you?
Oh, I thought you were. I didn't know you were knocking.
It's like you know what happened to my
Thought
tape
you were
measure?
fluffing.
No,
Fluffing. Oh, too much.
Oh, you just made a mess.
Now I gotta wait a few hours to measure.
I was like, let me clean off my tape measure. Your tape measure. There you go. I do have a huge penis.
I mean, you won't have to clean it off because as you tell it, it'll be in your tummy.
Yeah, right.
In that cistern you got.
Yeah, your little Lake Mead.
Oh, God. Lake Mead.
Lake Seed.
That's so funny.
Hey, Bill, do you want to start your weekend and our weekend?
Let's do it.
All right. All we'll have to measure this weekend is our excitement for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. That's how we get the weekend underway. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You gotta get down on Friday. Get yourself a drink. Get yourself something to puff on. Find your friend's wife. Give her a kiss on the lips. Lip kisser, lip kisser, lip kisser. It's Friday!
As well.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.